the cold breeze, steel boots on the sand, no ease. Propellers hum the Soviet quest, but the island ain't weak, not less. She-hot tanks roaring loud and clear, zombie hula girls, no fear. Tiki terrors rise, eyes ablaze, Soviets drown in the island haze. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Under moonlight chants they clash, steel meets flame, bones will thrash. Cold War's heat, the island's grip, Tiki rage will never slip. Drums beat, wild waves take hold, Soviet shiver, hearts turn cold. In the depths of night they fail, Tiki terror's ancient tale. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break.
Howdy, thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. Sorry about that, I had a little mic difficulty. I had to reconfigure my setup. But wow, was it a crazy time for Konflikt 47. Who could have possibly seen this massive update coming? Spoiler alert, I did kind of see it coming. As you guys know, I try not to, I have some people who let me know stuff a little bit ahead of time, but I always ask them, don't let me know what's not public knowledge kind of thing, not too much. Just because I don't like to be in that weird position where it's like, oh, I have a special connection, or, I work for or like I'm a raider, or one of those like weird positions that I have extra information. Oh, but I can't tell you. I'm not a fan of that. I like to be a consumer, so I like to know when everyone else can know, if that makes sense. So, with that being said, that's generally more my style. So I generally tell you guys when I know or when I'm able to tell you, and I just try and generally ask my buddies like, hey, don't try not to let me know anything that I can't really know. I can keep a lid on things, but I don't like feeling privileged of having special access. It's just not my style. But with that, we got a poll out there. Let me know what you guys are thinking. We saw some cool factions out there. Sorry I had to lump Allied together. I know some people feel strongly towards the Commonwealth versus the Americans. I totally understand it, but as you guys can see, we have changed our hours too. We're going from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. Crazy, I know. But we got a lot of painting to get done. I still have my IJ end tanks out, sorry about that. But we're going to be working on some Konflikt 47 models. We have a Coyote Walker for Allied forces. It could be used for American or Commonwealth. I have these two guys for my Paragon support units. I have a knockoff, safe, legal knockoff of Captain America. So this can kind of count as your Slammer Samuels. You know, he's even got this little Tesla mallet back there. And the Shadow Nose. I even got a little Shadow, you know, any old school noir comic book style fans. I have some Rocketeer models coming in for my Firefly Jump Infantry, so that's pretty cool. What else are we working on? We're working on our Totem Core for the Cult of Imhotep. Instead of zombies, you guys know I use mummies. Here is Prince Imhotep with an assault rifle, because you know, why not? And the thing I'm super excited to work on for the, because you know I've been trying to build up my Imperial Japanese Navy, so I wanted like what Rift Tech units could work with. I think I was talking about you guys a little bit about this last stream. Is the terrifying ability of the Ghost Attack Squad, and what these guys can do. They can literally just, using compression technology, they can literally just like absorb through walls. Like a good example, and probably my favorite mini, this guy. You can literally see him just kind of phasing through the wall, right? That's what they can do. So I figured they'd be really cool naval troops, like naval special forces troops for as like boarding party. Like imagine them hitting a ship, you know, like coming alongside like in a little sampan or inflatable raft, like from a submarine, all sneaky, and literally just walking through the bulkhead right into the deck and just start clearing out. They could immediately knock out the engine and then just keep, you know, just walking through the ship, walking through bulkheads. Absolutely terrifying. So these guys are generally, you've seen them, they're supposed to be painted, you know, I still have their box, hold on. Alright, so this is kind of what they're supposed to look like for the box, you know? I am going to go with a IJN style. I'm going to do a deep blue camo, and I think I'm going to do a little bit of light blue, kind of like light wavy stripes across to try and give it that that water appearance. And I think I'm going to do their actual vision slots. I'm going to do those green. So that should be kind of cool. I'm doing a much more like IJN style, because I figured like what kind of Rift Tech units could the IJN use, because none of the walkers are amphibious. I'm like, what's the Navy going to use? So this is sorry, I'm just catching up on the chats. This is a Reaper miniature. So a lot of times the Reaper miniatures, they're kind of hit or miss as far as like scale size, but he ended up being just right. So, and it's actually a pretty good, if you look in the third book, the third Konflikt 47 book, I always forget their names. They have like Resurgence, Defiance. I think it's Defiance, the one that has the Italian stuff. So like the latest book for first edition. It has rules for Paragon support units. So what it is, you get one Paragon plus like 5 veteran infantry. Depending on the Paragon you take, they get special abilities. So one, he has SMG and it gives him Tank Hunter, so that'll probably be my Captain America. And then the other one, I think, has like SMG and a knife or something like that, or a pistol and a knife, and it gives them Fanatic, and that's gonna be my Shadow. And I think the Shadow technically is, what's that called? Not open source, but what's it called when your copyright runs out and you're like free to use it? I don't think it's called open source, it's called something. But it's basically copyright free, so I won't get my ass suit off calling him the Shadow. And I have some trees. Extraordinarily important are the trees. So I bought a whole ass, you guys may have seen the pictures, I bought a whole ass army off Tech Priest Gabriel, whole IJ army. I mean, it was public domain. Thank you, RK, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So I got I'm talking, it's a full Imperial Japanese army list. It had two medium tanks, a Type 94 tankette, which we'll talk about later in the stream. It had a full special weapons team, so it had flamethrower team, sniper team, 2 suicide AT guys. It already had 2 lunge mines, 1 flag guy, shit tons of officers with SMGs, machine gun teams, light mortars. So I'm excited to get started. Ironically enough, I think, because I'm still debating kind of what to do. It may not be as much fun, but no, I'll save the trees. I'm going to do the trees first, but no, I'll save the trees. I think I might start working on the coyote. I didn't want to give him a dark green. I'm just sticking with a like a double base coat of Death Guard green. I want to say, is that what it's called? Let me check. Only because I want him to have a neutral enough camouflage where he could be used for either Commonwealth or American forces. Because my goal is to build up enough Konflikt 47 models to where I can help people play. They can just bring their bolt action models. So we have our Ursus infantry built. We have a King Tiger X built and painted. Ursus infantry built and painted. A Panther X painted. We have a shit ton of Totem Core painted. I have my Shibito zombies, which can be run for either Germans or Japanese, doesn't matter. What else do I have? Not counting my Japanese shit, that's just shit tons. Oh man, now I'm blanking out. I think it's it. So, I'm gonna work on some Daughters of the Revolution. After these guys are gonna be Daughters of the Revolution. But for the Russians, oh damn. Yeah, I need to work on the Daughters so I can further fluff out. So for the Russians, I have some Siberian terror squads, and I have Daughters of the Revolution. Or Daughters of the, why do I keep calling Daughters of the Revolution? That's actually an American thing. I'm sorry, Daughters of the Motherland. So I need to make the Daughters of the Motherland the Siberian terrors for the Russians. For the British, I do have this model, and I just ordered a Konflikt 47 model. I have an Alfred Brin carrier coming in. It's not actually Brin carrier, it's like an armed Brin carrier, so it has like the double heavy machine gun type thing. So that'd be kind of cool. So I have that coming in for the British. And for the Americans, still, you have the Coyote plus the 2 PSUs, Paragon support units, plus hopefully I'll get my Firefly in. So that should be, with the exception of the Italians, I guess, jam. Well, I got a sprue of Hail Caesar 28mm stuff from Warlord Games. So I think I'm just gonna get some Orgium Atlantic kind of heavier infantry and put those Roman shields on them and just kind of call it Legionary Aquilas for the Northern Italians, and for Southern Italians, fucking, I don't know, I'll have to figure out something. They could use the Coyote, I guess, you know. I can't have everything for the finish. I don't know. I am working on Shrek Wolf too, I guess. So yeah, I got a lot of the Konflikt 47 models. I'm trying to get them all painted and ready. That way I can go and actually play kind of locally, and kind of recruit people to play. You know, kind of get their the whistles wet for some Konflikt 47. All right. But I'm kind of a fan of my Prince Imhotep. I said I repurposed a lot of my D&D models. It looks ludicrous, I know, but it just makes me chuckle. Alright, so let's get started on the Coyote. If you guys have any questions about Konflikt 47, for those of you guys who... Woodimp was very nice enough to actually make it to that event, and he gave a full rundown on Morty and Glory stream, but I know not everybody watches that stream. So if you guys have any questions or concerns about Konflikt 47, ask them away in the chat. It takes me a little while, and I can go from there. Yes, Ursus Infantry is Soviet. Yeah, my Ursus Infantry are Soviet, so the other Soviet models I need to do is I need to do my Daughters and my Siberian Terror Squad. Technically, it's a mummy with an assault rifle, which is the best kind of mummy. So something I want to try out, you guys can let me know if you're interested or not. Let me know if this is a little too... This may cross the line of nerdiness, but later on in the stream, I may take a little bit of a painting break, and I may talk about the Type 94 tankette. Something I'm going to do on some of these longer streams, I may want to like carve out like 10-15 minutes, maybe more, just to talk about an actual like historical bolt action unit, you know, especially the Imperial Japanese stuff, because it's what I know, and it's kind of sometimes not a lot of information is widely known about the Imperial Japanese stuff. So it's not me trying to sway people over the IGA or IJN models, but it's just kind of like letting you know some of the cool factoids about them. But if that gets too nerdy, let me know. Yes, I do have some pictures. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but you may already be a part of it, but if you go up to the very top of the chat, there's a link. I'll put it at the top of the chat every stream. I'll try to. That is not my Discord. That is the global Konflikt 47 Discord. Started by a really nice guy who reached out to me, and so I told him I'd help any way I can. So, a lot of people in the chat are already in that Discord. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to have something just for Konflikt 47. So the pictures are in there if you're looking for pictures on some of the revealed stuff. What's going on, Bad Rabbit? So that is the other big announcement. So this will be the one and the only, as far as I'm aware of, the one and only Clash of the Caribbean, 2025 will be the only bolt action one. I think from then going on forward, judging by the popularity of Konflikt 47, depending how popular it is when it comes out, it may end up just becoming a Konflikt 47 event. It'll still be the same thing, same 2-day cruise, all that kind of stuff, but it may become a actual Konflikt 47 event. To be perfectly honest, it's not me trying to like jump ship. You guys know, you can clearly see with the Konflikt 47. You guys know my channel. I've always been a Konflikt 47 guy for bolt action. We've always been at war with Eurasia, but no, I've always been more of a Konflikt 47 fan. I'm excited, so excited to see so many other people interested in it. I can't tell you how much it sounds cheesy, but it actually glows my heart. And I said this to somebody else. I know it sounds cheesy, but please bear with me. I'm happy to see it grow. I want to see the hobby grow horizontally. What I mean by that is I don't necessarily want to see my viewer count jump up, because you guys know I'll never be monetized, so it doesn't matter anything for me. And I just do these late night streams where I can say whatever when I can say shit, piss, damn, and it doesn't matter. But I want to see it grow more horizontally. I'd love to see more channels covering both Konflikt 47. So don't feel like, oh, I don't want to step on his toes. Please do. Please go out there and make your own channels, cover your own stuff. It'd be awesome to see it. I'm super excited to see that. Enough jibber jabbering. With that 17 minutes in, I haven't even painted anything yet. Disgraceful. I'll substack your substack, Odo. Or Otto, I guess. Nobody pronounces it Odo. I pronounce it Odo. Ooh, that's a good one. And yes, I have had the fire lit under my ass to finish my lore videos. Oh, tell her I said hi. This Arcade's awesome. So I'm not gonna lie, I said the whole speech about how I want to see it grow horizontally, not vertically, but then when Morning Glory is like, yeah, we just need more lore stuff. Maybe if Luton got a hold of the lore, we'd actually get some lore out. I was like, oh. But I'm like, you know what? It's not my lore, it's already written out there. So I'm like, yeah, let's have more people cover the lore, But it did also light the friendly competitive fire under my ass to get all these lore videos out. I'm just in the process of kind of upgrading my laptop so I can process those a little bit better. I am almost done with the website, RK. I'm taking my time on it. I think you guys will like it. And once I make the website for Clash of the Caribbean 2025, then I'll put out a Discord for it. Yeah, I don't know if that's the first time you're catching the stream. I like to stream super late. It's kind of like, you know, I grew up the same spiel. Everyone else is probably tired of it. I grew up watching, you know, Toonami and Adult Swim, and you know, I miss like when late shows were actually funny, you know. So it's kind of doing like my part, I guess. So it's just kind of like a late show for technically it's Saturday morning and Sunday morning, but you know, it's like 01. So we go from 01 to 06 now. We just paint models, mostly Konflikt 47 or Bolt Action. We chat about Konflikt 47 or Bolt Action, really anything that crosses our minds. Nice, CB Cooper. Oh boy. And again, you know, I try never to talk about. I don't give financial advice. I don't really talk about financial. You always hear me try never to say the word like cheap or stuff like that, just because everyone's price level is different. But I've always said it. Even though I personally don't want to play Soviets, the USSR, close there. The USSR starter box for Konflikt 47 is an insane value. If you just literally look at like dollar per model or dollar per point, it's absolutely ludicrous, especially for bolt action Konflikt 47 crossover units. It is insane. Ooh, with that being said, so as you guys know, you can still see the Clash of the Caribbean war chest is still at 24 bucks. That's from you guys buying merch, which I appreciate. Morty and Glory should be getting his hoodie. Should be being delivered here in a couple days, hopefully, so that's kind of cool. But super exciting news for the channel. And I told him it's from us, not from me, but I didn't touch the war chest at all. So it's from me, but I'm saying it's from us, if that makes sense. So this channel, including y'all, we have sponsored a gift for Thanatos. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get any Konflikt 47 stuff, only because that's on me. I dropped the ball. I forgot how close Thanatos was, and I was like, oh shit, there wasn't time for it to like come into Element Games. So what this channel usually does, we usually get a starter box from Element Games using his affiliate code for him to give out as kind of like what I do, or what I will do at my event. It's called the Most Tiki Award, or like the Best Sportsmanship Award. So that's kind of what it is, you know, he's gonna, last time he got with his team captains, figure out like, hey, who was having the most fun, or who was like the chillest person. They kind of gave him the gift. So I will let you know, for us, we got them the Battle of the Bulge starter kit for 3rd edition. So that is our this channel, including y'all's. It's from y'all as well. It's our contribution to Thanatos to kind of promote, you know, being laid back and being chill. Because as you know, that's our style, so. I wanted to get something for Konflikt 47, but like I said, they didn't have anything in stock, so I'm like, ah, man. When did you get the Mammoth arcade? I've been seeing you post pictures of your Mammoth Heavy Walker, and I'm insanely jealous. When did you get that bad boy? Oh, so the pink, I'm probably doing it wrong, but it's a tip I think I picked up from Squig Hunter Sean. If you want like a warmer yellow color, so you're talking like old school like fluorescent light bulbs, I like to put a base coat of pink and then go over it with yellow, and I feel like it gives me a little bit of a warmer yellow. Yes, yeah, they are still 28 millimeter. Oh, that's tough. Vehicles are hard to say. Yeah, I was gonna say, Matt, that it should be 28 millimeter, but that's tough to say, man, because you know how vehicle scale can shift. So that's tough, man. If you're talking about like 3D printing, you may have to do trial and error, unfortunately. Oh my god, that's a hell of a supply package. Okay, that sounds awesome. Because I am a stubborn ass mule, Squig Hunter Sean, that is why I refuse. I will use my Citadel paints. No. Actually, Squig Hunter Sean, you'll be happy. I bought my first AK interactive paint. I have some AK interactive diorama beach sand coming in, so I can actually get like a really cool beach effect on my Imperial Japanese Navy guys. So like I said, I got the water down here. Let me. So I got the water effect I like just by using PVA glue and some base coats. You know, I got like the surf kind of going, so I just need to get a good like beachy sand thing going. Yeah, as for like what comes in the kit, I would recommend, I always like to window shop on Amazon just because they kind of show you what's in it. But any pictures of the actual box will show you what all comes in it. I plan on, right? I have a lot of videos in the works. I'll catch up one day. But one thing I want to do is kind of showing what comes in all the boxes, so. I'll be right back. I did not grab any tissue from my paintbrush. So yeah, off the top of my head, he'll have to double check how many infantry. It's a healthy amount of infantry, an AT rifle team, a Cossack light walker, a T-34/Z-34 or Z-34, depending where you are in the world. It's their Sonic tank, I think, based upon their T-34 platform. And I think it comes with some small squad of Mark I heavy infantry. I'm not surprised, Matthew. You did a hell of a job painting. You and your dad did a hell of a job painting your models. I'm not surprised you convinced more people, man. It's awesome to hear you grow in the hobby. Like I said, that's truly is all I want. Like I said, I'm super happy to see it grow. Like I said, horizontally. Yeah, I wasn't sure about the amount of infantry, but yeah, that tracked. God, Jesus, that's such a good deal. And like I said, if you have Amazon Prime, I think the American, the British, and the Soviet starter sets are all under $100 right now. I think normally it's priced at around, and again, I'm Americano, so I use dollars. I think usually it's priced around like $115 to $100. Like I think like MSRP. I could be wrong on that. I look at the Start Collecting boxes when they drop below 100. I personally, I've picked up 2 Imperial Japanese Start Collecting boxes for Conflikt 47. Only because when they drop below $100 American, and you actually price out the units like MSRP, it's actually a shockingly good deal, because you also have to count not just the rulebook you get, which will soon be obsolete, fine, but you also get order dice and pin markers. So it's actually insane. You know, if you can get it under $100 American dollars, whatever the equivalency is in your area, it's a safe. I don't want to say safe, but it's a valuable purchase. Yeah, so the Mark 1 Soviet infantry are an absolute... They're not necessarily vehicle killers. I mean, they'll crack, like, half-tracks and stuff like that, and they're good against, like, light-skinned vehicles. But I feel like they're going to be... I haven't used them yet, so I don't know. But I feel like they'd be great at murdering or countering other heavy infantry. Like in my my Tijuana game I played, I had Imperial Japanese battle armor anti-tank teams. So they're fast and they had Panzerschrecks and they're tough infantry. And they were pretty hard to kill. But I feel like if I was going against Soviets and they would have used Mark 1 heavy infantry to counter it, that would have eaten their lunch. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good point. Yeah, thank you, RK. Another good point. Or Monstrous Infantry, because again, we can double check. I can bring up the book, but I'm pretty sure AT rifles are a +2 pin. So anytime you're shooting a tough infantry or a monstrous unit, they generally have the rule where anything that's not +2 pin, they basically get a 5-up, feel no pain kind of. They basically get a 5-up roll to ignore that damage. So yeah, AT rifles, anti-aircraft guns, light autocannons. Yeah, they really light AT guns, or they say that light intake rifles like that. Yeah, they really have a use in Konflikt 47, and it kind of makes sense. You have a lot of guys running around in tin can suits. You're gonna want a lot of more AT rifles. Battery rabbit's got it. Yeah, anything with +2 pin. So I said it basically makes, you know how you can always take those AT rifles, but no one really kind of ever does? It makes those AT rifle teams a hell of a lot more useful. Heavy machine guns are good, but heavy machine guns are just +1 pin. So it's still good, don't get me wrong, but it's not gonna completely ignore that rule. But no, heavy machine guns are still good. Also, I did have to restart my OBS, my streamer thing, so if my music is unbalanced, my music's too loud compared to my vocal quality, you guys let me know so I can balance it for you guys. Nice, Matthew. Yeah, I want to see your Ghost Boys. So mine, I'm gonna do kind of a like a light blue kind of wave look on their uniforms. So their gear's gonna be black. I'm gonna do like a light blue kind of like wavy thing across it to make it look a little bit more maritime. Kind of go for the actual like surf ninja look, you know. Yeah, so I think Irish pointed out to me, they're no longer selling the books with the models, sadly. So usually I'm not a big like FOMO guy, but I actually bought the second book just to get this guy because this is like my favorite model pose. The first one comes with Samuel Slammers, and the third one comes with like an Italian guy. So I don't really need either one of them because like I said I'm just gonna run this guy as my Samuel Slammers if I need to. He even has them all, so. But no, I did get the book, yeah, literally basically almost just for this model, but it's also good to have another book. Yeah, it's cool. I think I'm actually gonna do the handles of the cotton wood. Add a little bit of like, you know, retro futuristic thing to the look, you know. So it was actually Fallout of all things that got me into Konflikt 47. I think just like looking up art and ideas, I just naturally stumbled across Konflikt 47 while looking up stuff for Fallout, especially Wasteland Warfare. When I first got into it, I asked a buddy in my local area. He told me no one plays bolt action. It's cheaper and better to play Flames of War, so I was like, I put it off for a while. And then I came back to it, and I read all the novels, read all the books. I saw one guy, Turnkey, already made videos on the lore. Skipped over some stuff, but I think he did a good job. So I'm like, oh. So I reached out to him, hey, is it cool if I make some videos? He's like, yeah, I don't care. So then I started making videos. I spent most of my time harassing MG to talk about bolt action. Good times. Bonsai Francois, what's going on, buddy? Welcome to the stream. We have a plethora of Konflikt 47 models to paint. We're working on a Coyote right now. We have a Ghost Attack Squad. We have multiple Mummies, which are our Totem Core. And we even have 2 Paragon guys for a PSU unit. Let's see how the poll's doing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's kind of hard because like Ally lumps in both the Commonwealth and the Americans. Sorry about that. I can only have 4 choices. It is what it is. But ooh, Axis. Axis is taking the lead. Remember, Axis covers North Italy, Germany, Turkey, the Finns, bunch of units. Oh my god, the Soviets are on top. What a world. What a wonderful, what a terrible world. No, to be fair, I don't know if anyone's a Letterkenny fan. Tanis, oof. Lord have mercy. Anyhow, to be fair, I think the USSR is probably the best beginner faction. Just from what I've seen and just from what I played. I played them a couple times. Looking at the models, not only do you get a good bang for your buck on the starter box, but more importantly, like I would say, they don't always have the strongest units, but they get every type of Rift Tech unit. You get monsters, you get genetically altered humans, like that are still human. You get ones that are genetically altered into monsters and somewhere in between. You get tanks with, you know, Rift Tech weapons, you get walkers, you get basically anything except for zombies. I think the only thing they don't have is zombies. Oh, Tannis. Like we started on Tannis from Letterkenny. Oof. Oh my. I mean, the Soviets don't have zombies on their side, but they absolutely have to fight zombies all the time. The Germans use a shit ton of Totem Core against the Soviets. Another really cool unit to look at is the German heavy sniper team. So it sounds like it'd be an AT rifle, or it sounds like it'd be a sniper team, but it's not. It's not a sniper rifle. What it is I think they get an AT. I'll have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure they get like an AT rifle. One guy gets an AT rifle, one guy gets an SMG, and then one of them can also take a Panzerfaust. It's like the coolest little two-man unit of all time. I have, that's awesome, Matthew. I have some Reaper Succubi that I'll be using for my Nachtjäger. I finished my design. Once I buy the print and I own it, I'll release it to you guys to use free for 3D printing of the Zombie Hula Girls. And then once I finish the Zombie Hula Girls, I'm definitely gonna make some beach-style Daughters of the Motherland. You know. Yeah, and so that's actually another, I was talking with somebody about introducing Konflikt 47. It gave me a really good idea for a starter game, like a demo game, to do like a, something simple like maybe 2 or 3 airdrop supplies, and when you put them on the map, you like make sure you roll scatter dice to scatter the supplies all over the place, you know, and have it be a 6-round game, roll to go on to 7. And have the first round start, rule night fighting, and then the next turn you roll a dice, 3 up, it's a flare, goes up, or it's daylight, and next dice it's 2 up, and then on turn 4, if it hasn't gone to daylight, it's daylight, But anyway, start with night fighting rules, and put a random horde of zombies, put like one horde of like 10 zombies, and every time you shoot, like the zombies are gonna move towards the last model that shot. And just put in like 1 order dice for the zombies. I think that'd be absolutely hysterical. Just have like a roving zombie thing going across the board. So I'm trying to figure out what I want to paint the actual ammo for the medium machine gun. So the can is going to be a dark green, but I'm thinking of, do I want to paint the Helix magazine or the drum magazine silver? Because that's usually I paint my ammo stuff, or do I want to paint it dark green? I think I'm going to go dark green. So, the huge release for those going to Clash of the Caribbean. We do have our 3 maps. I have finally decided. I actually sat down. Mrs. Tiki helped me decide. So the 3 maps, one you've kind of seen before. I've played on it multiple times. I think I've played some of you guys on it, or you've at least seen it. So as you've ever seen Woohoo Island from We Resort, sports. That's actually the island I use, just because it's already an island built, and I think it's hilarious. So I use that island as a basis on where to pick my maps. So we will have Jungle Ruins. If you've seen my 500 point, shameless plug. If you've seen my narrative battle report for the Bad Habit, that's probably going to be the mission on that map. I haven't figured out the missions just yet. Mostly I have. But you're going to have the Jungle Ruins, which will be a lot of fun. The second map is going to be an airfield. Airfields are fun because it gives you a reason to have kind of a open firing lane, so it'll be kind of a small tropical airfield. And the third map, I was torn between, do I want it like an urban map, or even better, the third map is going to be a beach map. It's going to be a beach landing. So that'll be fun. You guys will literally, roll a dice. Winner gets to pick whether they want to be attacker or defender. and it'll be a beach landing scenario. First turn will be under the cover of darkness, and you kind of go from there. So it's not going to be an unfair turkey shoot. It's going to be, you're going to have darkness to kind of let you kind of close in the distance and go that way. So those are going to be your 3 maps. You have the jungle ruins up in the north part of the island. You're going to have an airfield closer to the city, and you're going to have a I think it's called like Sugar Cookie Beach. You're going to have an actual beach landing, so it should be fun. I'm already building landcraft and plenty of boats and all sorts of cool stuff for it. So they're going to be small. They're going to be small, like 4x4 tables, small 4x4 maps, but I'm excited. I do have most of the terrain ready. So Jungle Ruins is covered. Airfield is about 60% covered. And I have some stuff for the beach. I'm also trying to bring enough where it's easy to pack on, like, so we'll be getting on a ship, on and off a ship. So I don't want to bring like big old massive, like huge suitcase boxes. And then, of course, during the second day when there's a shore excursion, if you guys don't want to do that, I'll be hosting Konflikt 47 free play and demo games as well. So those of you who are coming, if you're already bringing your 500 points for the bolt action, if you want to bring a couple Konflikt 47 models as well, you know, that'll be perfect. We can do a little bit of Konflikt 47 gaming as well. So we already have our 6 people for the actual event, but if you want to come anyways and just hang out on the cruise ship, you know, swing by the game, maybe some people may have to miss, you know, different kind of stuff can happen. You can fill in as we go, or if you want to like swing by, you know, do the whole cruise and also swing by for the Konflikt 47 demo game as well, you know, that's fine too. Especially if you happen to be in the area. I feel bad for you like traveling that whole way, but I don't want you to think like once we have 6 people, that's it, no one else can come. No, by all means, you know, the cruise ship's open to everybody. There's no cost for the event, you know. Ooh, I heard that. So there's no cost for the event I'm throwing. You still have to, if you want to go on the cruise ship, you do still obviously have to pay for a cabin. That's still a thing. And I'm in talks right now on doing a possible April event next year as well. So I think I'll be doing an event in April, a very small event here in Tampa, and then I'll be doing a Clash of the Caribbean event in October. The April event is probably going to be, I'm not sure what we're going to do, but we do know that one will be a paid event, but all proceeds of that are going to go directly towards the SS American Victory. It's a steamship, a Victory class steamship that's a museum floating in Tampa Bay. So all of your entrance fee is going to go directly to them. I won't touch a dime, and I'll still provide prize support. But that also being said, some of you guys on the stream are probably used to hearing this, so I don't do tournaments. I do social events, so it will be like kind of match play and stuff like that, but there's no like first, second, or third. Nah, none of that weird stuff. Yeah, no, that Discord, the main guy reached out to me. He's like, hey man, I'm making this Discord. It's like, bro, that's awesome. What can I do to help out? He's like, just tell people about it. I was like, can't do. So everybody I know, I just tell about the global Discord. I was actually just checking the Discord. Sorry about that. I'm not gonna lie. If I can get away with it, ooh, you know what? Damn. I think the April event will probably be bolt actions because we're doing it on a museum ship. You know, I think that'll probably be a bolt action game. I'll have to think about that. I want it to be Konflikt 47, but I think it'd be more appropriate for it to be a bolt action event, if that makes sense. But the Clash of the Caribbean from this point forward, in 2026 forward, it will always be a Konflikt 47 game. But I'll think about the one in April. I don't have a name for it yet. Tell you what, I will talk to the docent, and I'll talk to y'all, and we'll make a consensus. If we want to do Konflikt 47, we'll go Konflikt 7. We'll talk to the docent, make sure it's appropriate, and then we'll go from there. It's not a bad idea, Squig and Sean. I always get kind of squeamish and nervous talking about money myself, so I'm not sure. I said I was just gonna charge a flat fee for entry, and I just have it all go directly to the ship itself. Maybe do a discount for veterans. I'm not sure. But yeah, you know what? That's not a bad idea. We may do that. If you're down with it, I may purchase some models. Have some people paint them. Because I can't paint for shit. And then we'll raffle it off. And as long as all the money goes directly to the SS American Victory, I'd be happy with it. That's just my thing. I like transparency, and I just want it all to go directly to the ship. Contractors get no love. All right, we got our ammo drum and our ammo box painted. Nice. Now let's work on we're gonna get the glass, and then we're gonna go back and hit all the high-tech stuff. It's super easy. It's easy when you paint to the lowest level, right, Squid Hunter Sean? When you don't try, it's always easy. I'm so excited that she's building her list, man. I'm glad she's looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be a fun event. So like I said, again, transparency, I'm working on the reason why I'm finalizing everything is going to work on the website for it. So there will be prize support. It'll be the biggest prize is going to be the most Tiki, which is the most sportsmanship award. The second biggest prize is going to go to most talented. And the way that'll work is we'll kind of do an armies on parade. I'm going to vote. If we need to, we'll bring in Mrs. Tiki as a tiebreaker. But everyone's going to get a chance to vote. You're going to submit like, hey, whose army do you think is the best? Modeled, painted, what have you. If need be, I'll also cast a vote to kind of like break up any ties. And then the third award is called the most tactical. They all have T's. And the tactical, the way that award is just remember on your, it's not a score sheet, but just remember on your sheet who had the coolest like play that you played against, like who did the coolest thing. A good example, I was playing a guy named Sam on my Tijuana game, and he shot him. He wanted to, and I allowed it. He shot a medium machine gun in between the legs of this medium walker and cut down my infantry who were swarming around him. It was absolutely cool. It was basically like cleaning infantry off the walker with a medium machine gun. It was super cool. So like I would nominate that. I'm like, oh, that was a really cool move. Yes, for the rule. So the general rules so far, because I'm still working on the rules pack as well. So the rules we're looking at is the only thing I'm strict about, a strict 500 points. You can be under 500 points, that's fine, but you cannot be a single point over 500. 500 is the hard deck. You know, you cannot go above 500. You can be below it, that's fine. Not above 500. No vehicles with an armor value greater than 7+. Open top or enclosed, doesn't matter. Just nothing bigger than 7+. And no dice limit, no dice cap. And you can use any 3rd edition Warlord Games book. So if you want to use the compendium, if you want to use your armies of, if you want to use the core book, that's fine. You just can't pick and choose. It's got to be one book. So yeah, as you can tell, the rules are pretty casual. The only thing, and I've talked about it before, the only thing I'm strict on is the points limits. Other than that, and points limits and that armor value, other than that, you're fine. So you do know, so I will let you know, there are rivers, especially in the jungle ruins, and there is a beach landing, so amphibious wouldn't be a bad idea, you know? I'm not saying build a whole amphibious list, unless you want to. It's very tropical, very Tiki themed, I love it. But amphibious would not go amiss. Just wanted to float that idea out there. Oh god, it kills me. What do you mean Matthew and 47 can use the Marines? There are Marines in Konflikt 47. They have like the pond skater? Yeah, they like the pond skater. Walker and stuff like that. Hey, don't you pun on my pun, alright? There is no double punning. Yeah, the pond skater. Yeah, that new linebacker. Oh my god, you guys see the linebacker? It looks like from what it looks like, and some people may know more information than me. Like I said, I've never have the most information or the cutting edge information. I'm just kind of like a hobby guy, lore guy, but I'll try. But the linebacker looks like an American heavy mech. It looks like it has like a Tesla, either a Tesla cannon or a light Tesla cannon on one arm, and it looks like either twin heavy machine guns or twin auto cannons on the other. I think it looks absolutely nasty. Yeah, I can say flamethrowers were great against zombies, Matthew. So if you want to bring like an M3 Satan with your Marines, you know, like in play Konflikt 47, but you know, flamers definitely. I charged a Firefly unit that had a flamer, and it took down a shit ton of my zombies. I still ate them. I still gobbled them down, but they beat the shit out of my zombies. Yeah, so double autocannon is popular for some medium mechs. The Mud Skipper, I think that's what it's called, has it, and my Locust medium battle walker has it. Double autocannons is pretty nasty. Why am I so terrible at remembering the American mech names? Alright, it's coming along. Now, the thing about zombies is they can't be pinned out. They don't suffer from pins, you know, so you're not gonna pin zombies out with a flamethrower. That shit ain't gonna happen. They'll just keep charging at you, trying to eat your ass. You just gotta keep hitting them with righteous flame. But yeah, I'm gonna be trying to do mostly Konflikt 47 painting, but you'll see me jump into a lot of regular bolt action Imperial Japanese painting as well, just because I have so many models to build. I was presented with a great deal, and I took it. And now I basically doubled the size, and I have so many models to paint. I was so happy with my Imperial Japanese army, and now it's mostly gray. I will be right back. Paint spill. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, look at that. We even have a be right back screen. Bet you didn't know I had one of those. Oh shit, he's upgrading. He's learning shit. Man, I didn't know I was muted. I'm so sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I'm back. I bet you know how to be right back screen. Sorry about that. Looking up your question about the flamethrowers. So for infantry, it's a range of 6, but it gets D6 hits, and it's +2 pin, which is pretty cool. And then for the vehicle flamethrower, the light flamethrower for a vehicle is a 12-inch range, 2d6 -1 shots with +2 pin. But the flamethrower for a vehicle, like its regular one, is a 12-inch range, 2d6 hits with +3 pin. Good sweet lord. So a flamethrower hits automatically as well. So when I say like D6 hits or 2d6, it automatically hits. So you're just rolling to see how many times you hit them. You don't have to roll to hit. So with a vehicle flamethrower with a range of 12 and it automatically hits and it's 2d6 hits, sweet lord. Yeah, there's no average of hits, baby. It automatically hits. And remember, even the infantry one is +2 pin. So that's going to eat right through your tough infantry. So you'll be singeing werewolf fur and burning zombies alive. Yeah, I've always had, it's one of the mini tanks I like. I've always liked the Marine Corps' use of the Stuarts after they became like less combat effective thanks to the popularity and availability of Shermans. They're like, fine, we'll take these and make it better. And they just slap flamethrowers into them. I'm like, yeah, that'll work. You now have a jungle tank. That's how you make a light tank useful. Slap a flamethrower in that bad boy. So I can say, Sam and I played a 1250 point game of Konflikt 47, and it played faster than around the same side of a 3rd edition bolt action game. Only because there's no cover, like there's still light cover and stuff like that, but it affects differently, you know? There's a lot less like re-rolls and rollings, if that makes sense. It's no less lethal. I made a stupid decision to jump my 3-man leadership team with assault rifles off a rooftop into his airborne squad. And he hadn't ordered yet, so he just stood and fired with machine guns and BARs and cut him down. It's highly lethal. But the game plays really well. I enjoy how Konflikt 47 plays, and I'm hoping they just change the limited amount of rules just to bring it in line with like the force organization chart, for lack of a better term, for third edition. But the rules that Konflikt 47 have, you know, not counting their new Rift dice and all the other stuff, it's fun and lethal. I love that there's no templates. It just speeds everything up. yeah, we got the good news that all current Konflikt 47 models will be usable in and second edition. Konflikt 47 coming out, and your bolt action models will still be usable as well. So you're not really losing anything, which is kind of nice. That made me pretty happy. It was confirmed, I did hear, that they are moving to the 3rd edition bolt action organization style, so you actually will have platoons. You will have armored platoons, infantry platoons, reconnaissance platoons, things like that. And I heard there is a start, so everyone's getting plastics. They're slowly making everything plastic, but there will be plastics released for all the different factions. And the starter set, there will be a 2-player Konflikt 47 starter box. It is going to be the Americanos versus the Germans. I'm not sure about new books. I think Konflikt 47 is really just everything kind of included in one, and then they just, I like the way it was almost kind of like how the old world did it, where they released like a big main book that has everything, and then like maybe smaller ones for each faction, maybe down the line, probably not. Those kind of update the lore and kind of put in new stuff for everybody. That was always kind of cool. I'm hoping, there's no confirmation yet, but I'm hoping for new novels. I like Seaforth Ladies and Going Dutch, and I'm hoping they put out some new novels. They said they're really working on the lore. I'm nervous, but, you know, somewhat trusting. It's not my lore, so I can't tell them what to change, what not to change. I'm not some, like, neckbeard Reddit moderator, you know? They can do whatever the hell they want with their IP. They pay the money for it. So the release date is September. I think there's, yeah. So it's coming up. I think you're gonna start being able to pre-order next month, maybe. But yeah, we'll be released in September. Yeah, but you see how they did their Konflikt 47. So Konflikt 47 is a little bit different, only because it's a chronological thing. So I don't know. But again, I'm talking to my ass. I don't know how they're gonna do it. So we'll see how they do it. All I know is, from what I understand, they are gonna release a core rulebook that'll have all the factions, and the factions being American, Commonwealth, Axis, Imperial Japan, USSR. Not sure about the Italians. I think the Italians may fall under South Italy may fall under Allied, and North Italy may fall under Axis, just like the Finnish, just like the Turkish. I think the French are going to fall under Allied, so a lot of your smaller factions you may have to wait for, I think. But there's nothing to say you can't just take the rules from one nation and paint them however you want and call them whatever you want, you know? Like, if you want to get German units in Konflikt 47 and call them a Spanish, like, Spanish Foreign Legion, you know, then yeah, by all means. So, they were talking about that today, and it's one of my favorite things. I said in my video a long time ago. That was one of the best parts about Konflikt 47. You don't have to worry about rivet counters. You can have whatever style uniform you want. You know, you can build whatever kind of faction or unit you want. There's no rules. It's alternate history. Like I said, you can have a tropical Fallschirmjäger unit, you know, fighting in China. You can have, you know, I'm building the a real thing called the Caribbean Regiment, but I'm fleshing it out for Konflikt 47, you know. You can have a lot of fun stuff. Hey, what's going on, Commander? Yeah, so in current Konflikt 47, from what I read in the lore, the French basically were held back, like the Loyalist French, and they were ridiculously trained by the Americans on how to operate walkers and heavy infantry. And so it just kind of played to like the French sense of nobility, so they kind of like leaned into it, almost like knight houses from Warhammer 40k. So they all like act like pretentious knights and stuff like that, and they operate walkers and heavy infantry. The French in Konflikt 47, at least in first edition, were basically like highly trained, well-equipped shock troops for the Allies. Yeah, let me know if it's too quiet. Well, I keep leaning away to kind of paint my model. So I'm trying to like paint on stream, but still be in front of my mic, and it's the way I have it set up. It's a difficult proposition. So yeah, let me know if the mic is a little too quiet. I can try and boost it on my side. Bad Rabbit, there are... Ooh, I'm sorry, Bad Rabbit. There were 2 Konflikt 47 novels. The first one's called... It's a series. The first one's called Seaforth Ladies. The second one's almost more of a novella, and it was called Going Dutch. It was like a small sequel to the first one. I'm pretty sure you can still find it on Kindle. I don't think you can find it in print anymore. And unfortunately, I'm not as skilled as Swark, so I'm not a narrator. Like, I'm not a voice actor, so I can't do the audiobook for it. Otherwise, I'd totally do it for you. Because yeah, I'm a fan. If it's not in print, then I have no problem making like an audiobook of it, you know, on YouTube. But I'm not very good at reading out loud like that. Hey, what's going on, Matt Larkin? So the CB Cooper, I hear a lot of complaints about those Russian infantry. They're the older model Russian infantry, so they do come, I think, empty-handed. So you have to put the guns in their hands. Some people don't like that. I like it because I like kit bashing. So your mileage may vary. Just a heads up, buddy. All right, let me just touch up his yellow, and I'm pretty happy with that. It's not much. Like I said, I wanted to be very. Oh, I gotta do the wooden handles on the 50. But yeah, it's not much. I just wanted to be kind of a neutral paint scheme, so I can use it for Commonwealth or Americans. You know. So in the new starter box, I'm assuming, you know, makes an ass out of me and you. I'm assuming they'll use the newer plastic sculpts. And the one thing I did notice for the update coming from Common 47, they really took a look at small arms. So you won't just be running around with regular. I mean, you can, but it looks like there's the option for improved small arms. Like it looks like the Firefly imagery of some type of high-tech Rift-Tech Thompson. Kind of looks like a Tesla Thompson. So I'm pretty sure they're going to put out new plastic models, especially for the infantry for Konflikt 47. I expect to see a lot more like gas mask and kind of like more sci-fi stuff. So once I finish the Coyote, then we'll probably go into a little talk about the Type 94 tankette. We'll cover a little historical knowledge, so you come away from this a little more food for the old gray matter batter. And then we'll move on to probably the Ghost Attack Squad. Yeah, I'm not surprised the Soviets are the top in the poll. Like I said, I feel they're a good beginner faction, not just because of the value of the starter box currently, but also because they kind of have like a watered-down version of everybody's Rift-Tech unit, so you really get to try all different types of play to figure out what you like, you know? It's a jack of all trades, master of none style force. Subtle, but the wood is there. Bad Rabbit, what about the American Heavy Infantry? They specifically get assault rifles. And I'm pretty sure some of the Paragon support units can also take assault rifles, but I'm not sure. But I know the American Heavy Infantry get assault rifles. That's what makes them unique. They're not fast, but they're not slow, and they get assault rifles, so... So the Finnish have actually fought both against Germany and the Soviets, but in Konflikt 47, last we heard in the lore, they're actually siding with the Axis to fight the Soviets. So the Finnish get access to Schreck-Wolfen, Nachtjägers, all that kind of fun stuff. So let's catch up on y'all's tweets. Yeah, like I said, I wasn't sure the PSU got them off the top of my head. I always get the Paragon units and the PSU units mixed up, but I know Heavy Infantry get them. But that's kind of what makes them unique. And also, with the current Konflikt 47 models, don't forget, your officers, I'm pretty sure, can take whatever weapons. Let me double check that. But I'm pretty sure American officer teams can take assault rifles as well. Same thing with your artillery observers. So you're still able to pack them in, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Because I said, I just recently discovered that with my Imperial Japanese officers, so I was like, oh, hello. Okay, no, okay, in the first book it only says pistols, a machine gun, or rifle carbine is depicted. Alright, let me check the third book, see if it changes there. I'm not going to miss having to check 3 books. So, and also to, I guess to try and talk about why the Americans don't get so many assault rifles. Yeah, no observers on either Bad Rabbit. I think the reason might be for that is I think assault rifles are kind of lost on them because they can take some squads, not all. Some squads can take BARs and light machine guns, which I'm telling you right now, I just played a game against the Airborne Konflikt 47, and their light machine gun pack and squads are absolutely fucking lethal. But the reason why I say that is I think because the Americans have that fire maneuver rule of Konflikt 47, you know, where they can move and shoot and not suffer that -1. just sweet. So I think that, because assault rifle just gives you 2 shots at 18 range, you know. So if your guys are already able to move and shoot without getting that -1 to hit, it's not having assault rifles is I mean, it still hurts, but it's not as bad, you know what I mean. But I think they did that to make the heavy infantry more popular. I'm not sure, Stevie Cooper. I think I just recently checked the rulebook. I think when I looked it up last, I think it was still just 2 shots. But I may have to look it up. I don't think you get 3 shots with the assault rifle at 18. I think that's a bit rough. I can look it up. It might be in the FAQ. I'm gonna have to look that up at another time and get back to you on that one. When I played it with Sam, with my buddy Sam, when we did our Tijuana game, we just did it. We looked it up and we just went with 2 shots at 18. Oh, CB Cooper, you're talking about, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about the fire maneuver change from 2nd edition bolt action, 3rd edition bolt action. Yeah, I'm only talking about Konflikt 47 rules as they are now because I don't know what's coming down the pipeline. So I'm just talking like you went to go play like tomorrow, you know? Yeah, so especially having the assault rule is nice for the heavy infantry for the Americans, because you can really get in close and absolutely do some damage. Yeah, Bad Rabbit, I missed that on the Imperial Japanese for a long time. I missed that their officers could take assault rifles. That literally caught me off guard. I was like, oh, I literally had to go and build new Konflikt 47 Imperial Japanese officers just to give them assault rifles. So I was like, ooh. A little veteran 3-man team with assault rifles, that's some serious output shots. And then I was stupid and I charged with them. All right, there we go. Ooh, let me do a little bit of washing. If I can find my Nolan oil. Found it. What was hiding? Yeah, I try not to get too much into the speculation. I know it's not as much fun to hear someone say that, you know, on the stream. It is fun to speculate, but I have no idea. I honestly have no idea what's coming down the pipeline. Because they're trying to make it different from bolt action, similar but different, you know, and that's a wide breadth. So I'm not sure what they're keeping, what they're changing. I know a few things. I know they're bringing the platoon structure, which is what I wanted. So I wanted plastic models and I wanted platoon structure. So the two things I wanted, I'm getting, but I'm curious, you know, what the cost is going to be. You know, like what I'm going to end up losing. All right, I think I'm decently content with the killer egg here. Not a lot of color, but you know, it is technically painted. Nice. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. All right, let me readjust over here. So, I know it sounds cool that the Imperial Japanese, they can take compression rifles, but when you read compression rifles, to me, I haven't tested them, but they read like how a shotgun would work on the tabletop, if that makes sense. The light compression cannons are badass. Absolutely badass. Oh, God. So good. Like, so good. But the compression rifles are odd. You get like one shot at normal penetration value, which is 0, 24 inches. Or you can, I think it's like at 12 inches, you get 3 shots at -1 pin, which is bizarre. Never seen a minus one to pin before. But it kind of looks like loading a slug versus loading a buckshot. Let me double check. So I'm pretty sure the range goes from 24 down to 12, but I'll double check. Alright, so I'm looking, in the second book, compression rifle is 24 inch range, 3 shots, -1 pin. No other rules, so you don't get assault or anything. Let me check the last book, because I think I might have changed it. Oh no, okay. I think compression nice. I think compression rifle is just 24-inch range, 3 shots at -1. Yeah, fuck that. I might as well just keep rifles. I don't think that's worth the extra points cost. Yeah, they kind of talk about it a little bit in the they talk about it a little bit in the second book. Here, let me bring that up. So directly from the second book, this is for URK. Bear with me, I do this really weird thing when I read out loud, it makes me yawn. I don't know what it is. So bear with me. Compression weapons. The Japanese have refined elements of the Germany's Rift Tech research into gravity energies and gravitonic waves. They produce a new range of weapons based on advances they have uncovered. The compression cannon appears to work on the bonding between molecules and can compress or expand these bonds to produce excessive strain and resulting damage to objects. The cannon fires alternating pulses of energy that can effectively rip a target apart at the molecular level. Like I said, think like PEM particles, like Ant-Man. Heavy armor can act as a barrier insofar as it absorbs the damage, but is left weakened and damaged after receiving fire. Softer minerals can be partially disintegrated by a sustained blast. Lighter versions of the cannon have been produced, including small arms for Rift Tech equipped infantrymen, although this version of the technology lacks the raw damage potential of its larger cousin. So there you go. There's compression weapon technology explained for the Japanese. Like I said, I always just thought it was very like PEM particle style. Yeah, I'll add the hula girls there, and I'll add the daughters when I make them. Yeah, I mean, story time with Tiki. Actually, we're about to go into story time. It's a little break in between paint models because the streams are longer. So I'm trying to add in a little educational things. We're about to talk about this mad boy right here. The woefully understood Type 94 tankette. Commonly confused with the Type 92. We're gonna get into that bad boy. And yes, that's actually the size. They're hilarious. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Dog needed me. All right. So we're just about to jump into. We just finished the Coyote. About to jump into the awesomeness that is a Type 94 tankette. So as you can see how small this guy is. Absolutely tiny. So the Type 94 was wildly more common than a Type 92. So the way the tankette's kind of, you can tell it's like a Carl Lloyd Wright little tankette. You know, I think it's like they called it like the Mark V. The Imperial Japanese bought a shit ton of tanks at the end of World War, trying to figure out what's going to work for them. They knew they were about to go into China and do some redecorating, so they know at the time mainland China had not very good infrastructure. A lot of what you would call like dikes, rice paddies, muddy roads. A lot of people were still getting around by like ox, water buffalo, carts, shit like that, right? So cars, trucks, not going to be that useful. They knew they needed small tracked vehicles, right? And also they're an island nation, so they can fit more stuff on these ships the smaller they are. These things are cheap. I think they were, I can double check, I think they're about half the price. A Type 94 tankette was about half the price of a Type 95 Hago. So it only has a medium machine gun. I think it was like a Type 97 medium machine gun in the turret. But if you notice, it's kind of oddly shaped. The turret's not in the front or not in the middle. That's because it's built as not just a tankette, but it's built as an armored tractor. And that's what made these things really cool. So I think they built like 800, 900 of these bad boys. A lot of people confuse it with what I fear is the far superior cavalry tank or tankette, and that's the Type 92 tankette. So the Type 92 tankette, we'll talk about that on a different stream. It has a hull-mounted heavy machine gun and a turret-mounted medium machine gun. So when these were issued, these were used in like little tankette companies that were attached to like infantry battalions. And so what they figured out these things are good for is they weren't bogged down by all like the muddy roads and stuff like that. These things were just flying by. And so they used them a lot for reconnaissance and for scouting. As you can tell, it's a very low profile, so super good at scouting around and looking around. And at the time, the forces of mainland China didn't have a lot of armored vehicles. They had some AT guns, but not a lot of armored vehicles. So when you're fighting that asymmetrical style force like they were, you know, basically doing almost a counterinsurgency at one point, you know, fast little mobile guys like this were super useful. And what's really cool is you can see in the back, they actually have a tow system. So, you know, you can see where people can kind of get in and out in the back, you know. And so these things can actually tow. They have like what you would call in modern day like a tow package. So they were used as an armored tractor. They could pull all sorts of stuff. So they could pull a trailer behind it, and it could pull an armored trailer. So the tractor itself was armored. It could also pull an armored trailer. And in that trailer, you could have anything you want. You could bring additional fuel for other vehicles. You could have it as a logistics tractor or trailer. So you could have like shit tons of ammo, food, all sorts of stuff in there. And it's armored, so it's protected from people shooting at it. There's even reports of them using these things as CASVAC vehicles. So, you know, injured personnel, likely officers, you know, injured officers or NCOs or valuable troops, they would put in the armored trailer that was empty on litters, and they would actually, you know, cart them away. So now let's talk about the spicy thing. So were there Type 94 flame tanks? Technically, maybe. There's not a lot of historical stuff. I've looked. There's not a lot of, let me grab this, double check. So, because one of the main, ooh, you can't see it. Sorry, bright light. There you go. Japanese tanks, 39 to 45. You get a nice picture of one right there. That's actually a Type 92. Oh, I showed you that. There's a Type 94. There you go. There's a Type 94 here at the bottom of the page. So they were called technically a TK, like it's a Japanese for special tractor. I'm just double checking. Yeah, there weren't a lot of There weren't a lot of. There's technically no flame variant. Now, can you make a flame variant? Absolutely. I guarantee you. I guarantee you there's probably a flame variant somewhere. But yeah, here it is. So they cost about 50,000 yen at that time with inflation to make, versus a Type 95 Hago cost 98 yen. So they're a hell of a lot cheaper. They only have machine guns that are still good at like suppressing peasantry in mainland China. So now for the spicy conversation. If you're familiar with Unit 731, Unit 731 hid in a lot of the IJA military under the designation of water purification battalions. So usually, I think, not at the company, but usually at the battalion or the division level, they'd have water purification units attached, and they were basically field researchers for Unit 731. To be fair, they also did purify water. That's why you see oftentimes Imperial Japanese kit, they only have one canteen, because they were actually highly advanced on treating malaria and other waterborne illnesses. That's how they were able to spread to so many of the islands. Now, they still got sick. You know, if you watch Letters from Iwo Jima, you see that, you know, a lot of the soldiers are dying from dysentery and things of that nature, waterborne illnesses. But they were still ahead of some other units, other nations, as far as water purification. That was one of the side effects of their illicit and immoral research of Unit 731. The reason why I say that is they actually had, it sounds like something out of like Command and Conquer. They actually had purification tractors. So they had like chemical spraying versions. Now, to be fair, they did also spray fields to put down like pesticides to kind of like quell mosquito populations. They knew that was a disease vector for spreading malaria. So it was technically a pesticide tank, but they absolutely had biological warfare chem tractors. So if you're familiar with Command and Conquer generals in 0 Hour, like the chemical spraying tractors, absolutely. These guys already had it in World War II. They pulled these little trailers behind them, and they could absolutely did some nasty stuff. So not unfortunately, it has been confirmed they absolutely did have those. It's just not very popular to talk about, I guess, in polite society. So they called them, in their words, disinfecting vehicles and gas scattering vehicles, per their words. They also had engineer. So this is before the. We'll talk about the SSTK. The SSTK is later. Was one of the other units we'll cover on another stream. I don't have one model. I need to get one. It's a tracked vehicle. It has like all the forklifts everywhere. So I call it the Satan tank. It has a shit ton of flamethrowers. It was a bridge layer, a minesweeper. It had all sorts of cool stuff. It was the main tracked engineer vehicle. But if you didn't have one of those, these served a lot of engineers in the Imperial Japanese Army, especially in mainland China, would use these. These were used all over the Pacific. Like, you ran into these in the islands here and there, but it's mostly used in mainland China. It's more recon and heavily armed version, the Type 92 tankette, the cavalry version. That was only used in mainland China. Super cool though. But a lot of engineers use this, and they actually have like a pole planting and a cable laying version to set up field telephones. You know, because if you've ever seen Enemy at the Gates, where they're out there trying to repair field telephones, they keep getting sniped. Yeah, the Chinese National Forces kept, you know, sniping the IJA, so they figured out to actually lay out, you know, field line and radio cables using because you can see the little spot in the back. So they literally just go out there and just drop poles down, you know, out the back of the vehicle, and another one come in and string cable behind it. So there was actually, like I said, there was a shit ton of these made. It wasn't too bad. I think they ended up making like 800 by the end of the war. It just ended up being it's one of those things where it's not a good tankette by any stretch of the imagination, but it happened to be in the right place at the right time in the massively large area that is mainland China. You know, when you have a lot of infantry and your whole armor tank branch is around infantry support tanks, you know, and you can't always afford some of the heavier tanks that are doing some of the heavier fighting at other places. Especially when you start going into like Burma, they knew they were going to go up against the British. Some of the islands, like, hey, ship the tanks to do the heavy fighting here in mainland China. We've already knocked out their tank units. You know, we can get away with some fast attack, lighter armor. So the Type 94 tankette was everywhere in mainland China. Those things were zipping and zooming around because they were cheap. right, little information on the Type 94. Good times. And then Arcade's like, I have a new Sonic tank. All right. Let's get working on these guys. I'm excited. Kind of nervous on how I'm going to do the paint scheme. I've really been thinking about it. As you can tell, these guys actually have the compression cannons. So, these aren't bad to use as compression cannons because you can get in real close and get like point blank with them. Ooh, yeah, it's going to be nasty. But yeah, now you know the difference between a Type 92 tank and a Type 94. 94's, the turret's all the way in the back because they're actually, they were just called tankettes because everyone, if it's a female, you know, you ever hear the term male tank and female tank, it's more of a World War I term. Male tanks had cannons, where female tanks had machine guns, right? Later in World War II, they were generally smaller and they just called everything tankette. So the Imperial Japanese actually called them the special tractors, the TKs. So yeah, Type 94s were TKs, and they just zoomed around, did all sorts of cool anything you could figure out. It's kind of like an armored Jeep is what you kind of use it as. Also, and it was tracked, so it was super useful in mainland China, you know, where there was no roads and just fucking rural shit everywhere. I said all it had was just one medium machine gun. So it's like, and it also became super useful in city fighting because they're so absolutely small. So you literally see, there's pictures, I'll see if I can find them and post them. There's pictures of these little things just kind of going down the street, and it's a tactic we still use today, where you have a double file infantry squad just lined up behind the little tankette as it just moves down the street, because when you draw fire, it's still armored, you know, so it'll ping off, you know, light small arms fire, return fire with a machine gun while you kind of scatter around it and go up the alleys and take up positions. Yeah, they're even decent in city fighting, and if you lose one, you're like, oh no, they took out a Type 94 tankette. Anyways, you know, like, oh no, we're out like 50,000 yen. It's not that bad. Versus you lose a Type 97 Chiha, that's bad. It's a bad day. Think of the IJA using Type 94 tankettes or special tractors like the Americans used Shermans in Europe after Normandy. They just threw numbers out there. Thanks, CB Cooper. Yeah, that's kind of why I cover it. I didn't know a lot either. I've just been doing a lot of reading. And I just know, you know, a lot. I think people know more about German and Italian units only because a lot of the serving population for Americans or other countries spoke either German or Italian, you know, versus the Japanese speaking population outside of the island nations of Japan at that time was very small. Like Hawaii, California, you know, some of the islands in between, that's about it. So a lot of the Japanese, Imperial Japanese, TONEs and doctrines and units, there's a lot of miscommunication and mistranslation. And then you play telephone over like, what is that now, like 3 generations? And shit gets lost. And the fastest way I bring that up is the knee mortar. You don't put the knee mortar on your knee. It'll absolutely fracture your leg bone. either your tibia or your femur. Absolutely. It was never called a knee mortar. It was called a grenade discharger. And it's because the Japanese figured out, like, hey, we're smaller than everybody else. We can't throw grenades as far as some corn-fed American kid who grew up playing baseball. Like, how are we gonna throw our grenade further? It's like, well, let's just make this little machine that just lobs them. Like, it lobs mortars, and we put a little powder base on top of on the bottom of our grenades. It can launch grenades too. It's a grenade discharger. So, yeah, but the term knee mortar, because it kind of looks like it goes on your knee, you know, and so that's what American GIs thought, and that kind of mistranslation just kind of carried on. It's super interesting. Yeah, that too. Yeah. Outside of the go for broke unit over in Europe, you know, not a lot of people outside of the internment camps. Another good example of that is a lot of people were saying the last ditch rifles that the Imperial Japanese made were garbage and they'd blow up in your face. To be fair, a lot of the last ditch Arasakas are pretty rough to look at, but the ones that were meant to fire would still fire today. What happened is there was several Arasaka rifles that were made to be training rifles to train the civilian population for the eventual invasion, and they were only they're only rated to fire blanks. You know, they weren't full pressure proof to fire live rounds, right? So, and of course that's all written in like kanji character on the barrels, and most American GIs didn't read that. But you know, they're at the end of the war, they're trading everything they can just to get their hands on some rifles and weapons to take back home. So a lot of them end up taking these training rifles home, not knowing they were training rifles. So they get home, they finally get their hands on some 7.7 millimeter Japanese rounds, and they put it in there, and they go to fire a live round, and it literally blows up right in their face, and end up eating, you know, shrapnel from the chamber and all the other kind of stuff. Like, oh, what a piece of junk. A lot of them were training rifles. They weren't rated to fire. They weren't rated to fire live rounds. They were meant to fire blanks and blanks only. So there's a lot of misunderstanding and mistranslation. Not about Imperial, before everyone comes out to me politically, like Midwinter or anybody like that. Not politically. I'm not getting to that can of worms. I'm saying just weapons and TONE and doctrine. There's a lot of misunderstandings and mistranslations, but it's not unique to the Imperial Japanese. That even goes modern days to RPGs. You know, people think it means it's now become ubiquitous as rocket-propelled grenade when it's actually Russian French tank weapon. Like RPG 1 and Model 1 and 2 were hand-thrown. It's just RPG 7 became a shoulder-fired anti-tank system. So, anyways, let me get off my IJA unit review and get back to painting. It's just something I want to incorporate now that we're doing a little bit longer streams. I want to take like a little bit of a painting break for me and my tired eyes and just kind of cover some Imperial Japanese units. I think tomorrow we'll probably talk about the Type 11 light machine gun. Yeah, they're like, yeah, M16s are unreliable, and then they also found out that they thought they didn't have to like fucking put CLP in it. Yeah. So I'm just gonna go straight into painting this guy and work on the paint scheme that I want. Alright, so I've tested this paint scheme. Let's see if it works. No, Squeak Hunter, definitely send this to me. I'm super curious. Now, also to be Cooper, it's not saying the last ditch rifles weren't also crude as absolute shit. They 100% were, but you know they were also meant to take a life as soon as you know anyone who invaded the mainland. That was going to be a tough fight. That was going to be a like house to house style fight. That was going to be rough. There's all sorts of cool little factoids about Imperial Japanese small arms. I can't wait to cover it more and more as we talk about it. Oh yeah, that's I think it's like key for any jungle fighting rifle. It's got to be chrome line barrel, 100%. Alright, let's see how this works out. Nice. I like how you guys are doing like command half tracks instead of command vehicles. That's cool. I did that with the American half track that my Imperial Japanese stole. It's into a while. Trying to think about how these guys actually have pads. I think if I want to do the pads black and keep the uniform blue, I was going to do like a different color blue. You know, to kind of make it blend a little bit better, but now I'm not sure. That's tough. Alright, I have to do 2 copies here. Yeah, sorry about that, CB Cooper. So I usually put that preface in there. It's the old Soviet models, and they're a little bit slower to build, but they're a lot more kit bashable. I'm not sure if that's worth it. I don't know. Let me check the chat. What are you guys thinking? Should I try and do these stripes of like light blue in there? Should I just paint the pads on this black? What are you guys thinking? I think blue and black would be kind of cool. You know, like paint the pads of the armor black, the boots black, the gloves black, everything else blue. Yeah, because I think blue uniform like the rest of the IJM, but having like black here might make them blend in a little bit better. Ooh, camo. Ooh, it might be beyond my skill set, but I'll try. Ooh, are those I forget the term for those Squig Hunter Sean. Are those Stellas? Is that what those things are called? Oh, for some reason I keep wanting to call them Stellas. I don't think that's the appropriate NATO term. Yeah, I saw the picture, so we're gonna try to like it. I keep wanting to call those man pads Stellas. Like IL2s or some shit. Oh, SA7s. No, SA7's one of those, Grim? Girdlin? God, I don't fucking know. Strela, okay, cool, I'm not crazy. It's amazing how much, like, shit sticks in your head. Alright, Yeah, SA7s. I just always confuse SA7s and IL2s. Ooh, that's tough, guys. Alright. Let me paint one way. Oh yeah, I know better. That's how I do my Tiki flash. This one's actually different. This is done with cargo netting. It's kind of cool, but... It's okay, we have multiple models, so we'll paint, like, so we'll do one each style, we'll see which one we like more. Or which one I can actually do with my limited painting skills. Grail, yep. That sounds like Gremlin, Grail, something like that, yep. God, it's amazing what sticks. You know, I'm looking at these two blues and I'm worried it's going to be like that 90s camouflage. You know, like those paper disposable cups in the 90s or like Taco Bell decor in the 90s, like that blue with light blue. I worry that's what it's going to look like. All right, take it easy, Bad Rabbit. Alright, take it easy, RK. Please pass on my compliments to Mrs. RK. I'm excited she's building her list. Vaporwave camo. Yep. There you go, using those fancy terms again, Squig Hunter Sean, like I know what that means. thinking. I set that one aside, grab a different one. Alright, let me try one in just plain blue and black and see how I like that. I do like the vaporwave pen thing though. Nah, okay, so I'm already kind of working on one leg. I feel like with the black armor and the blue, they're just gonna look like police SWAT. let me finish this guy. Let's finish one leg and we'll see how it looks. I don't know about that. I may have to grab another color blue in the store. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying now. That makes sense, like saturation on a TV set. Okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you. Alright, we're experimenting over here. We're trying to figure some stuff out. Sorry about that. really trying to figure out how I want to do these guys now. This is a tough one. I like the vapor. I think I'm just gonna try to do the vaporwave. So yeah, I think I'll do like bright green visors, blue uniform, blue pads. We'll go with a vaporwave, black boots, black gloves. I can fix this paint a little bit. There it is. Shit, the visors. Actually, these colors kind of remind me of a Cryptek camo. I think it's called Pontus. They have multiple different maritime camos like Neptune and Pontus and a few others. That's a Tiki reference. Don't you get me involved in your international crimes. So we're actually working on some Ghost Attack Troops right now. We're going for like a 90s kind of vaporwave kind of look to it. They're like absolutely silly, but I'm gonna love it. Definitely. If you ever seen the movie Surf Ninjas, when they send the obviously the guys to capture the kids, they're all wearing like this weird blue camouflage. Kind of cracks me up. What's going on, Nathan? How you doing? You up to 50k viewers yet, or subscribers yet? So ideally, no. Oh. Alright, so I'm probably gonna paint one of these guys and let it sit for a day and see how I like it. Man, I just realized it's muted. I keep doing that. So that's what it's looking like so far. Nathan, I'm doing pretty well. Doing well. Working full time, got my side gig going on, and these videos. New Konflikt 47 information just came out, so the new edition drops in September. So I'm like, hey, I gotta get all my stuff done by September. I think all my lore videos. So I'll try and start pumping those out. Let that white sit, and then we're going to go over. Once we have that white down, we're going to hit it with, after we're shaking it well, this Tesseract glow, I think. Yeah, some test model. Not sure how I feel. I'm gonna sit here and kind of play around with the colors, figure out how I want these guys exactly to look. Because there's no scheme like it. I said, pretty sure the only IJ inversion. So you know, I'm kind of just thinking on my feet here. So I'm gonna have to go hit the nerd store tomorrow and pick out a better blue to contrast it with. You know. I'm just not sure about these guys. Yeah, I got you, and I have my brightness all the way up, so it's really hard to figure out kind of what's going on. What are you guys up to? What are you up to, Nathan? How's life treating you on the far side of the world, my good man? I can't believe you're playing that game all the way to completion, Nathan. I appreciate the dedication, but hopefully you're not suffering too much. I always thought the stories at least redeemable for that game. XCOM Bureau Declassified or whatever. Yeah, so there's two rifts. So the first rift happened during during the Manhattan Project at Los Alamos. So when they tested the first atomic weapon in Los Alamos, it opened up a rift. We got these mysterious radio signals, and they don't know from where. They started talking about, possible advancement in technology. And once they got those, they realized that atomic weapons were not as effective as other stuff. So there's still one atomic bomb left. And Germany was making a mad dash across Europe, so they decided to stop the Germans flat in Dresden, and they dropped that nuclear bomb on Dresden and absolutely obliterated the city. The problem is when they did that, it opened up another rift. So there's two rifts right now. There's a rift in Los Alamos and a rift in what used to be Dresden. As far as I'm aware of, they don't really shift around. yes, the U.S. shared their Rift Tech with Britain and its Commonwealth, but no one, and the Germans got their own from their Rift, and no one wanted to give it to the Soviets. The Soviets just started stealing it from both sides. That's why the USSR has like kind of watered down units from both sides, the Axis and the Allies, because they had to steal the tech. And then Germany decided to share it with the Empire of Japan. That way they can kind of stop the U.S. flat in the Pacific. And that's what the tech did. It allowed the Imperial Japanese to build a lot more stealth subs. So between the stealth subs harassing the fleets, and then being able to stalk every island, like they're able to turn enemy and allied deaths into zombies. So every island they fight on, you know, just gets flooded with zombies right after the fight. So it's really slowing down the island hopping campaign. And Germany shared jet fighter propulsion with the Imperial Japanese, and now they have their Kika fighter interceptors to kind of keep away long-range bombers as well. So it's really kind of turning the tide in the Pacific right now. Where did that paint go? As I'm painting, they're actually uniforms a different shade of blue, and I'll leave the armor as that other shade of blue. But I don't think it's really making a difference. I think it's just too subtle of a blue. All right, 6 o'clock may be a bit of a pipe dream. We'll try it. I may end up calling it 5 o'clock. I think 4 hours a night might be good. I don't know. We'll see if we can do 5 hours. 4 might be good. We'll see. We'll see if a lot of people pop up. I'll stay in. Otherwise, I may call it at 5 o'clock Eastern. We'll see. Definitely get one of these guys prototyped and done. Let's see. It's like trying to dial in the right amount of hours, you know? All right. No, not at all. Okay, fair enough. I heard how that sounded. No, I just don't want to let people down. It's like if a whole people like join it, because I'm trying to figure out like when's a good time for a lot of different people, you know? So some people may want the stream to start earlier. Some people may want the streamer to kind of go later. That's why I cast a kind of big net, you know, from like 1 a.m. Eastern to 6 a.m. Eastern, you know, to see like, and try and gauge like when that's the most people, like when it's kind of convenient for most people, you know? But I have high hopes for Konflikt 47. Some people are already trying to say a Warhammer 40k killer. I'm gonna be a realist and say no. I don't think so. What I think will keep Warhammer 40k alive is the IP. No matter how much they dick with the models and the rules, the IP is still amazing. The lore, the Black Library, all the years of games and stuff. You can't undo that, you know? The legacy of Warhammer 40k will live on. Do I think like Disney tarnished Star Wars with the prequel movies and all the kind of shittier shows? Yes, but is the first 6 movies still good? Absolutely. Yeah. To be a bit of a realist, I guess. I don't foresee Konflikt 47 taking down 40k, nor would I want it to. I love 40k. I'd like to see it change and get a little bit better. I'd like to see it kind of shift away from the competitive focus a little bit, you know, but again, it's not my game, so it's fine. Because there's that thing. If yeah, exactly, yeah. Squigger and Sean nailed it. It's kind of like the old joke, the only insider threat here is leadership. Yeah, the only thing killing Warhammer 40k is GW. Absolutely. I think I said the exact same thing in the stream earlier, in MG stream earlier today. You know, just the slight contrast of blue armor, you know, and the black web gear and the bright thing actually kind of works. Kind of a cool maritime unit. I think when I base it'll look a little bit better. No, because here's the one thing I didn't want to say because I don't want to like rain on anyone's parade. I don't want, and I'm not trying to sound like the hipster that I usually am, I don't want Konflikt 47 to replace Warhammer 40k, because then all the competitive people are going to try and come over to Konflikt 47. Not saying you can't play competitive with Konflikt 47. Hey, you do you, boo. But I don't think the game is designed, at least first edition was not designed for competitive play. And it sounds like with the Rift Dice and all the other shit going on, it sounds like second edition is not meant for competitive play either, so. There we go. Now that faceplate's looking right. Oh, Matt, the other time me would just chill. I'm like, I am chill. No, I got you. To answer your question, how do I determine if a game's made for competition? Me personally, that's a good question. Very good question. And I think you're pointing out a good flaw in my logic or reasoning, and I appreciate you pointing it out. You're right, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if it bit me in the ass, because I'm not a competitive guy. So that's a very fair point. It's hard for me to say what makes a competitive game and what doesn't, because I don't play competitive. You know, it's like me trying to say how to play chess, but I can only see one side of the board. I think for competitive, I think, in my opinion, unfounded of course, because I don't do competitive, I think you would need mirrored terrain or layout, well-known common rules for all armies, and you would need balanced forces, yet constantly updated forces as well. Because they're just balanced, it'll get stale, because then you're just better off playing chess. So it has to be balanced, yet also constantly updated. I think that's the trouble Warhammer GW's getting into right now. Nice. Wow, Stevie Cooper, yeah, you're going a lot faster and better than me. That Cossack Walker, man, for whatever reason, it seems so simple on paper, but every time I play it on tabletop, it's absolutely ruthless. So heads up. Hope you're ready to run that guy. He's like, I underestimated that kit. Yeah, the infantry will slow you down. Well, I'm excited that you got a Start Collecting kit, CB Cooper, and I'm glad you actually built a lot, man. You highly impressive. You built a shit ton. You primed a shit ton. No. It's a fair point. No, you're right. And when you said that, it made me think about what I said, and you know, be critical of myself. You know, and figure out. Oh, hold on, drop my pot paint. All right, good. It didn't spill. No, it's a good point, and like I said, because I don't play competitive, I wouldn't know what makes a competitive game. But I feel like Konflikt 47, both first and what seems like second edition, so far in my perception, it feels like a more beer and pretzels game than a tournament game, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's still super impressive, CB Cooper. Well, nice to be Cooper. Hopefully, I didn't influence you into making a bad decision. No, it sounds like you're having fun building it. Yeah, sorry, I wish I would have warned you better about this infantry being a bit of a speed bump, but it's still a damn good kit, and I'm glad you're into it. I can say this: if I haven't, I'll send you a whole bunch of pictures, CB Cooper. I'll DM to you directly of the last game I played. It was a 1250 point game. My Imperial Japanese versus a buddy's American Airborne and like Tijuana. That game was a stupid amount of fun with the walkers and everything and all the special units. Dude, it's a blast. I hope when I do a little bit of basing on these guys, they're gonna pop a little bit better. Just like blue on blue, but we shall see. Also take a look, CB Cooper. I think, looking at the box, I think you may have some of the bits to make anti-tank rifle team, which I cannot recommend enough. Hey, what's going on, Peyton Games? How you doing, buddy? They all do mechs. So, the Allied, the Axis, and the USSR and the Imperial Japanese, they all have light mechs, medium mechs. The Imperial Japanese don't have heavy mechs at the moment. I think the Americans just got a heavy mech. I think it's a linebacker. The Germans, the Axis and the USSR have heavy mechs. I'm trying to think. So the Allies have a whole bunch of medium mechs. They have a whole bunch of variants. So they have a variant on light walkers, and they have a variant on a whole bunch of medium walkers. Where the Germans have light, medium, and a couple different heavies. Generally, they'll have like an artillery heavy, and they'll have like a mech destroyer or walker destroyer heavy. Like they have, I'm trying to think which is which. The Germans have a Zeus and a Thor. I want to say Thor's the artillery variant. It's got a big old massive like siege cannon, whereas the, I think the Zeus has the heavy rail cannon. So if you like a lot of different variants of medium walkers, I would recommend Allied, either US or Commonwealth. If you like, built specific light, medium, and heavy, I would go either Axis or Soviet. If you're curious about walkers. Alright, I'm going slow painting this guy because I'm trying to figure out where everything is that I need to paint on him. Yeah, man, new plastic kits coming. A two-person starter box, US versus Germans. A whole bunch of new walkers coming. I'm excited. I saw a new German light or medium walker. Saw a new American heavy walker and medium walker. A lot more Rift-Tech weapons from what I understand, so I think the Imperial Japanese are going to get a lot more compression weapons, compression rifles. Looks like the Americans are getting like Tesla Thompsons, kind of, Alright, so I think that's most of his body painted. It's hard to see, but the blue uniform and the armor is very slightly different colors, which kind of works for me. And it's got glass there. Yeah. Let me paint the base and see how well that pops. Yay, I was right, yeah. So at least the German stuff makes sense. Zeus throwing lightning bolts, it made sense. A lightning bolt would be a heavy rail cannon, versus Thor, the god of thunder, would be artillery. So, at least that one makes sense. I get the American pond skater, mud skipper thing mixed up all the damn time. Not much, man. I'm just super behind on making videos. My main job, we're a little low man, so there's plenty of opportunity for overtime, and I don't really turn that down. And then I have a side gig where I help teach at a local college. So that takes up a lot of my time. I'm still able to do the live streams. Live streams are a little bit easier. They're less intensive as far as editing. So that's why I'm still able to do the live streams, and it keeps me honest with my models. But I plan on, because the new thing's coming out in September, so I'm going to try and get back into making videos. I just got busy and slipped away for a little while. That's all it was. It's a good question, though, Paint Game. Yeah, I think the BG bottom's gonna make them kind of pop out a little bit better. Nice, man. Congratulations. What programs do they have you starting off in programming? Like, are you going all the way back to like QBasic and C++, or you guys jumping straight to like Python or some other stuff? Like, probably not Raspberry Pi or anything. What kind of coding language are you doing for programming? It always does feel good in college when you get to the point where you finally get to actually study the stuff you're paying for and you want to specialize in. Nice paint games. That does sound awesome. Well, wish you all the best. Wish you all the best and the best of luck, my friend. Truly. So I'm moving the back half of that blue to be kind of like, go back in and put this water effect in there. Kind of show these guys kind of coming ashore. Not too bad. Not a lot of detail on it. Not really kind of what I was thinking, but still kind of relatively happy how it turned out, you know? I am excited to do this one. This one's gonna be good. Nice. Well, like I said, yeah, IT generally comes with a good salary, but it also comes with a lot of stress, so hopefully they train you on how to deal with stress like that. Okay, I think I want to paint the back butt plate black. Take a look at it. Yeah, some of those stomp instructions you sent me, Screw Hunter Sean, looked absolutely ludicrous. I'd have been like, absolutely no. Okay, yeah, I kind of like it with the black rear plate like that. Yes, butt plates are very important. Absolutely. Alright, I will be right back when I fill my cup of coffee. And I'm going to get on to painting this guy, which I'm totally excited about. I think I'm going to do the base first, then the wall, then the guy. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm surprised it came with instructions, Squigger to Sean. I thought it'd just be like, yeah, here's your box, like, I don't know, slap shit together, see what happens. Alright, I am back. I appreciate that, guys. I had to refill my cup of coffee. Let me catch up on the chats. Yeah, so one thing I was thinking about, I know people are making the parallel comparison, and I totally get why, between Konflikt 47 and like the Red Alert series, especially 2 and 3, and it's very warranted. It almost kind of makes me feel like, from what I'm seeing, it's almost feeling like they're kind of leaning possibly into more of the unique Rift Tech weaponry of the different factions. Like USSR having Sonic, Americans having Tesla, the British or Commonwealth leaning more towards the automatons, and they have metal corrosive missiles. Have you ever seen The G.I. Joe movie where they have like that weird nanite thing. It's kind of similar to that, called a meteor rocket. The Germans have rail cannons and gravity. Japanese have compression, so every faction kind of has its own thing. And it actually reminds me more, because I played like RTS way back in there. It reminds me almost more of like Dune, or like Dune 2, because you had House Harkonnen or Harkonnen, however you want to pronounce it. They had atomic weaponry, and House Ordos had the chemical weaponry, and House Atreides or Atreides, however you want to pronounce it. They had sonic tanks and sonic weaponry, so it actually really does take me all the way back to Dune 2. Alright, let's get working on this next guy. I'm excited. It's like, that makes sense. I feel old now. Yeah, right? What color did you do your ripples, Matthew? Did you do your ripples like light blue? Oh yeah, Dune's a classic franchise. I love Dune. But yeah, I see where a lot of people are pulling the Red Alert 2 and Red Alert 3 comparisons to Konflikt 47. I think it's very apropos, very appropriate. Let's check how that old poll's doing. Yeah, 22 votes. Holy shnikes. And the Soviets are still winning. My god. Yeah, so I'm worried how to do the actual, like, ripples on the brick wall. I think I may just kind of cheat and put, like, I may paint, and I think I may put, like, a little bit of glue over the ripples to kind of give it, like, that weird translucent effect, you know? Ah, that is Clash at the Caribbean Paint Games. That is the event that we're doing. I'm holding in October 15th or 17th. It's a 2-day cruise from West Palm Beach, Florida to Nassau in the Bahamas. And on that cruise, we're actually doing a 500-point bolt action event. 6 people have already signed up, so it's already maxed out. People can still come on the cruise, though, and hang out, of course. But for the actual event itself, all 6 people have already signed up. It's a 500-point game, so it should be a lot of fun. Well, three games. But, and then also on that cruise, I'll be doing Konflikt 47 demos as well. So, that's what it is. So the money attached to it is he's like only $24. Thanks. No. That's attached to the merch shop. So, on the merch shop, I'm in the process of fixing a lot of the merch. A lot of the shirts I made, they no longer offer those shirts, so I have to go back and recreate the design on new t-shirts. But the hoodies and stuff like that are still good. So the channel's never monetized. If I ever do hit 500, I'll never do the whole partnership thing. YouTube can keep all their money. I don't care as long as I keep posting my videos. I don't give a shit. But I'm not going to do like memberships or super chats. None of that stuff. I'm just gonna have a merch shop, and the merch shop is literally just there for you guys to have Tiki merch, because I think it's hilarious that people would wear that all over the place. And any money collected from that merch shop, I display here on the streams. Like, I updated every stream, though you guys can see how much is in there. And at the Clash of the Caribbean tournaments, we'll spend that money on, like, pizzas or a round of drinks or stuff like that for the people who go to the event. Or, like, in the future, could go towards, like, prize support or stuff like that, if that makes sense. So yeah, the money there is just funds that are kicked to me as quote-unquote profit from the merch store, but I put it all right there so you guys can see exactly what comes in. Yeah, I'm gonna do mine like a gray wall because I have like a lot of ruins, Matthew. That's what I'm gonna go for. No, I absolutely don't. That is not on a t-shirt, thank God. Just in your memory. It definitely happened. It was definitely painful, but it makes for a funny story. I get reminders when I go to the dental clinic. I always laugh. Yeah, this has to be my favorite Konflikt 47 sculpt. It's awesome. Thanks for the invite. I appreciate that's kind, but absolutely not in a million years. I avoid snow like the plague, good sir. It has nothing to do with the country. I'm sure it's a beautiful place. I actually haven't been anywhere up near that area, but I don't do snow. Absolutely not. Though I may be going to the UK for the Imperial Japanese bolt action release. I'm not sure yet. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, kind of like doing this like kind of gray wall. Yeah, man, but it's like a dry heat. 108, that is rough. Now we had rain, so it was still warm today, but it was like super humid. It rained in the morning. Uh, 108 freedom degrees. Pen games, not 100 degrees Celsius. Freedom degrees. Yeah, there's a delay between what I say and when it plays, so I think the chat caught it before I could. Yeah, and once this gray's done, I'm going to hit it with an Agrax Earthshade. You know, kind of make it look more like a rune. Crazy temperature extremes, man. I don't know about all that fluctuation. We have the hot season and the wet season. That's it. Oh, yeah, we get plenty of rain, unfortunately. It's kind of cool painting the bricks around them, kind of teleporting through the wall. You're right, Matthew. This is a really cool model. It's fun to paint. All right, yeah, there's the wall part done. Let me do the basing then. That's actually really cool. Alright, let's get basing. For those of you guys just joining us, we were talking about Konflikt 47, all the brand new release, all the stuff kind of coming out. I've been focusing more and more on the models, so I get a little quieter. I apologize. I'm trying to focus on these guys. But, well, there's a whole bunch of information released today about Konflikt 47. We're pretty excited. Been following it for a while, trying to put out more videos. It's coming out in September, so I'm gonna have to jump back on that, one-man band thing, writing and doing it all and editing it and getting those videos out again. Don't do it, CB Cooper. It's addictive. You paint one guy, then you're in. That's how they get you. So the reason why I'm doing my bases so weird like that is I'm trying to leave room to do the water. These guys are Imperial Japanese Navy, so I can do like a little bit of water coming in. Oh, no, that's a really, honestly, Nathan, I can't tell you how much I appreciate a good question. As I said, unfortunately, I feel bad because, like, the chat will get a little bit quiet. I feel like I'm not entertaining enough. But, it's only because, my smooth brain's focusing on, like, must paint model without fucking up. But no, I appreciate thought-riveting questions. So I don't share my politics on the internet, but I will approach this situation. I am against, censoring iconography and like video games and stuff like that. I think there's a difference between glorifying it, and I don't think that's glorifying it, but I sometimes I think removing it altogether, it's just as dangerous. It's like if you pretend like gravity doesn't exist and you tell everyone there's no such thing as gravity, they'll find out real quick. So I'm not a fan of censoring it in video games. Because the History Channel was available to everybody. You could be in kindergarten and watching old school History Channel back when it showed like a whole bunch of like World War II documentaries. This stuff happens, and it's just the iconography. So at worst, if you're worried about kids, those kids are gonna ask questions like, "Hey." Now, to be fair, I wouldn't let people put iconography, so I wouldn't let them like go into create a character and have them like deck themselves out in crooked windmills, or do like be able to put like spray paint on the walls. I think that's a bit far. But as far as like historical stuff like that, I mean, no, I think it's exactly there. I don't think you need to lean too hard into it, but it's some places there were swastikas, some places there were that stuff. It was real. Because what gets me is when you do that, Nathan, it becomes a slippery slope. Like a really good example, the two hard and fast rules I have for Clash of the Caribbean, and it'll be on the website and all the stuff like that, is as far as your models, because we're traveling in international waters in foreign countries, and because it's my event, I guess, I'm asking please no swastikas and no hammer and sickles. Anything else I don't care about. You want to do a rising sun? That's fine. You want to do, the meatball? That's fine. You want to do a American star, that's fine. You want to do a red star, hey, that's fine. I just asked no swastikas, no hammers and sickles. That's it. And the other hard fast rule is because it's a cruise and because it's in the Caribbean, not a lot of people know this, don't wear camouflage. In a lot of foreign countries, it's illegal to wear camouflage. It kind of associates you as like a rebel or a thug or a bad person. You know, if you're not in the military or the government, you're wearing camouflage, it kind of like sets off some bells and whistles. So that's it. Yeah, try like don't dress up as like, don't reenact your army on the cruise. That's not a good thing. Don't wear camouflage, and no hammer and sickles or swastikas. So my approach to it, Nathan, is instead of going back and like retroactively changing stuff, it's a hell of a lot easier and cheaper. It takes less man hours just to put a preface. Just put a preface, be like, hey, this is a game involving World War II. There are a lot of symbols and units that committed atrocities and war crimes in World War II. This game is not glorifying it, but it's also not going to censor it. It's like a 2-second preface. Just people just need to preface their stuff. But also, so Matthew kind of brings up a point kind of separately, even though he's talking about camo. Some countries may have laws about that. So to be fair, I think in countries where it's the law, like if you want to release COD in Germany, I'm pretty sure Germany does not authorize that symbol for a good reason. So that I understand. If you have to censor it for the market of the country and their laws, that's fine. That makes sense. Or just have it be an option. You know, some people can, like back in the day, you could turn on and off blood, or in some games you can turn on and off nudity. You can pixelate nudity or have full nudity if you want. Same thing, be like, hey, do you want historical icons or do you want altered icons? Because here's my idea for that, Nathan. I think that'd be the best approach, is to have a system where people can switch between the two. Just like, you know, you have nudity sliders or gore sliders in some games, you know, like blood and guts or no blood and guts. I think having it, because you could have it's like, it could be safe for streaming. Like, you may not be able to stream some older games because of the crooked windmills, you know? Versus, you know, be like, hey, I'm going to be streaming this game, so I want to put it on non-historical mode. So it'll replace all the swastikas with, like, iron crosses or what have you, or something else, and it replaces all the hammer and sickles with, like, red stars or something, you know? That would be my idea. Be like, hey, do you want it historical or do you want it ahistorical, safe for streaming? Take it easy playing games. I am not Nepalese, by the way. I actually did know a Buddhist while I was in the service, though. He's actually a cool dude. But to further extrapolate on your question, and I appreciate you asking a good thought-provoking question and getting me talking. I appreciate that. I was focusing too much on my model. That's one of the many reasons why this channel will never be monetized. Mostly because I don't want to deal with the headache of like finances, taxes, and all that dumb shit. But also because I'm kind of my own person. I don't want to be beholden to anything. You know, if I take 2 weeks off, I take 2 weeks off. You know, I don't have any like paid subscribers or anything like that, so I don't feel like I'm cheating anybody. But more importantly, because of the content on this channel, I use uncut, uncensored World War II footage. There's people getting lit up. There's swastikas. There's hammer and sickles. I use real, you know, uncensored World War II footage in a lot of my videos, and I refuse to censor that. So, and same thing, I'm over here, you know, cussing like a sailor. You know, here we are talking about, you know, German and Russian iconography in World War II. Because this is it's a channel for lore videos, but it's also, you know, Too Late Tonight with Tiki. It's what a late show is supposed to be. And I always say I patterned this off of like old school Adult Swim, Toonami, and like late shows back when they were funny. You know, it's not supposed to be censored. It's supposed to be uncut. But that's also the reason, Nathan, why me personally, I'm going to try and avoid. Screw gonna try. I'm talking about. I know it's perfectly fine, but that's another thing why I'm going to try to. It sounds weird. It sounds really, really weird. I'm gonna try not to collab with anybody, and the reason being is I have a very very loose style, you know, and I would feel bad if someone's monetized and me saying a funny joke or something I think is funny would fuck up their monetization, you know, because that's how they make a living for them and their families. So that's why I think I'm going to try and avoid any kind of collab. I may do one here and there, but I'll probably be on like my best behavior. I just worry about my antics costing someone monetization. I don't want to take money out of anyone's pocket, you know? No, shit. If I was a crackhead, I'd be a hell of a lot skinnier, I'll tell you that. As the great prophet Rick James once said, cocaine's a hell of a drug. Yeah, so I was about to say, but CB Cooper, we talked about the Type 94 tankette, and I had no problem mentioning, you know, Unit 731, internment camps, all that shit. I mean, that shit happened. It was real. I have no. That's why I like, you know, being as, especially. I love that the channel is under 500. I know it sounds weird. I'm not gonna like discourage subscribers, but I love that I'm under the radar because we can get away talking with this shit. It's a lot of fun. But again, it's also easy for me to talk all this shit about like not having you know, super chats, not having followers, or not having members, not doing collabs, and not doing sponsors because I don't have it yet. It's easy to say you'll never do something when you're not tempted. You know, no one's beating on the door, be like, hey, have you played Raid Shadow Legends? You know, no. Then again, I don't even check my email. Fuck, maybe people are emailing me. I doubt it. I don't check that shit. Oh yeah, so check it. So not bad so far. Let me turn on the lights a little bit. Get some mood lighting. So it's kind of like breaking through the ruins, like on a beach, you know. It's kind of cool. Yeah, and please don't get it twisted. Just like competitive players, I have nothing against competitive players. I have nothing against people who do YouTube full time or who are monetized. Seriously, nothing against it. I think it's cool, but sometimes I do have to worry about, like, hey, am I posting the right way for the algorithm? Hey, am I reaching the most people? And I just don't give a shit. It's so funny you mentioned that, CB Cooper. I remember these old school videos about the Denver airport and about the murals and all the space underneath and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, they all disappeared. I was like, huh, it's wildly suspicious. Nathan, I'm not humble either. I'm just a random dude. I'm a random dude who paints shittily. Just streams at odd hours. I am the NPC of all NPCs, man. I'm literally, like, not even a quest giver or a merchant. I'm just literally like that random NPC that has like 2 lines of dialogue on the street. Oh yeah, dude, look into the Denver airport. So some things are a bit wild. They're like, oh, the runways are laid out like a swastika. I'm like, that's just, to be fair, when you're designing an airport, that's just good runway design. You know, it's really a stretch. But there are some things that are suspicious, like the murals are really fucking weird. There's a shit ton of unused underground space underneath the airport, which is kind of weird. Like, oh, the evil horse. Like, there's some stuff that's obviously just, it's like an iceberg. There's some stuff at the very tip that's just like obviously troll bait, but there's some other stuff that's like, that's kind of weird. But that's how a lot of conspiracy theories work. I don't know if you guys ever noticed this, but the morals are gone now. But a lot of conspiracy theories, they'll put like stupid shit at the top and they'll hide bigger stuff underneath. That way, if you talk about the stupid shit at the top, you're like, oh, that's stupid, and just dismiss you know? But and it's weird. Don't go crazy with the conspiracy theories, but also it's healthy to be a skeptic about everything and just do your own research. Because, you know, years ago, people would have said Operation Paperclip was just a conspiracy theory or propaganda, you know, or Operation Northwoods. You know, people be like, that never happened. Be like, that exactly fucking happened. Or, you know, with the collapse of the Soviet Union and we got access to a shit ton of KGB records, you know, everyone's like, oh, McCarthyism was bullshit. It was just a Red Scare. There were no communists in Hollywood. And then when we got access to the KGB records, we literally proved there was a shit ton of actual undercover paid communist spies and a shit ton of money going into Hollywood. Now, who was a communist, who wasn't a communist, did they go about it the right way, the wrong way? That's where you decide with research. I'm not on one side or the other, but I'm saying when you get past the whole McCarthyism versus Red Scare, you know, one side's good or one side's bad, when you look at it neutrally and you look at the KGB records, you're like, oh, just like anything in history, like a huge tip in researching history, you know, first off, always use primary sources. But secondly, just follow the money. It's the most accurately recorded thing throughout all types of history. I'm talking from celery in Rome, you know, with like people getting paid their salary and their salt and road maintenance. Tax records and money. Follow the money. Historically, it helps so much. Yeah, MK Ultra, Iran Contra. You know, you talk about Iran Contra, people are like, that never happened. It exactly happens. I mean, technically, MK Ultra was a secret Mortal Kombat, to be fair. People died doing combative things. So MK Ultra is technically... it really is secret Mortal Kombat, to be fair. No, it's funny you mentioned that, Nathan, because I'm going back and I'm playing the Mass Effects, because I never finished them way back in the day, and I'm playing like the new remastered version. I can tell they edited out a lot of shit. I'm like, damn, it's sad. What I think it is I think people are just trying to, I think there's a lot more shareholders than there used to be, and I'm not getting weird or political with it, but I think there's just a lot more, there's a lot more hands in the pie trying to get pieces, you know? So they have to make enough money to give everybody their cut and still make their own cut, right? A lot more people have hands in the pie. So with that, if you're trying to make the most amount of money, you have to appeal to the most amount of people. If you're appealing to the most amount of people, you have to filter your content, if that makes sense. Yes, no, he's exactly right. I ran into this because I'm studying military history. Yeah, primary sources can also be primary liars. So I had this conversation with one of my professors because my background's in law enforcement. I did a lot of interrogations and interviews. We're like, oh, this is a primary source, so this is the one we'll go with. I was like, what's stopping them from just lying? Like, well, they're not going to lie. It's their journal. I was like, are you saying a teenage girl's never lied in their diary? You know, like people lie in their journals all the time. I mean, it's documented, but you still have to trust the validity of the writer. It's only as good as the validity of the source. Doesn't matter if they've. It's like saying Plato's a primary source for what happened to Atlantis. Did he really say Atlantis sink, or is he just making weird shit up to tell another story? You know. Ooh yeah, the Tuskegee experiment's a good one. No one ever talks about that. That absolutely happened. Don't forget about the sterilization of First Nations or Native American, whatever you want to call them. The purpose sterilization of women of Native American tribes or First Nation tribes. That's another big one. There's all sorts of fun ones. Yeah, see the wormhole you opened here, Nathan? Nah, I appreciate it, man. You got us chatting. But no, the Unit 731's a really bad one because they were successful. They watched, remember, VJ happened after VE Day, right? So the entire empire watched what happened to the Germans, like, oh shit, fuck that. They saw them all getting lined up for trials, like, fuck that shit. So when it came time for them, like, okay, first off, we're gonna burn most of these records. Secondly, all the research that's actually useful and applicable, we're gonna hold hostage, you know, so we all basically get witsect and get new lives, and we'll give them all this research. Ah, the Uyghurs in China. Yeah, there's another one. Oh yeah. So the one thing I will say, when it comes to researching stuff, the harder you have to look for it, doesn't always mean it's valid, but sometimes it's the better information. So information that's easily given to you or like readily given to you, I wouldn't always trust. Even if I'm saying it, don't trust me. I'm just an asshole. Like, if people are constantly telling you the same thing and it's very easy to see and you see it everywhere, the chances of it being true are probably not there. No, yeah, no, you're exactly right. And I'm of two ways. Either censor everything or censor nothing, you know? That's why I censor both at my event, because I'm not picking sides. I'm not playing that bullshit, you know? I'm like, look, both committed fucking terrible things. And more importantly, especially if we're doing Clash of the Caribbean and the Caribbean, whichever you want to call it, even though we're in the Bahamas, Cuba is not that far away. So yeah, let's not be flying around hammers and sickles and shit, you know? Especially because we're not sailing into Miami, but we're sailing into West Palm Beach. We're so close up to Miami. There's still a large part of the Miami population that's not down for hammers or sickles, you know, so. But I said I don't think it's crazy. I think particularly for these games, just put it in the hands of the user. I don't understand. So I don't think anybody really likes choices made for them, especially in video games, you know? So why make these choices for us? Just let the player choose. It makes sense to me, you know? Think of a lot more successful games and they have that option. I mean, you can go into like why they're doing it, but that's a whole other spiral that this channel won't get into. I'm sure there's. So that's the other thing too, is there's like 50 other, a billion other channels that cover all that same talking points, you know. So. But no, I'm of the opinion that if you make content about, first off, war isn't for children, right? Despite what, you know, a lot of African warlords think. Warfare is not made for underage children, right? I have no problem with like violent video games, no problem with that whatsoever, but the topic of war itself is not geared towards children. So, if you're gonna have war in a game, you either make it completely censored, like what is that, Fortnite, you know, or you leave it as it is and give people the ability to censor it if they want or not, you know. But no, I'm not a fan of, and to go with that, Nathan, this is what bugs me. This takes me back to Battlefield 5. I was excited when I saw the preview because I thought it was going to be like a weird World War II thing when you saw like that one chick with like the mechanical arm or whatever in the baseball bat. I was like, oh, it's going to be like a weird World War II. This is going to be awesome, you know? But it wasn't. And what bugs me with that is I have no problem with, you know, people doing alternate history. I actually enjoy it. But you can't say you're a historical game at the same point in time. A really good example, being prior Air Force myself, everyone's like, oh, have you seen the new Masters of the Air show? I was like, no, I haven't. And people are like, why? I'm like, I grew up watching Memphis Belle. You know, I like seeing the actual B-17s fly. I'm not interested in like another CGI fest. There's like too much CGI. I'm not that big into it. And then I was watching and they're like, hey, this is the most, you know, it's super historically accurate, all this kind of stuff. I was like, okay, that's cool. And I know a lot of Air Force history because I was in it, right? Well, not in the history, but I was in the service, so I read about it. And the weird thing, and first of all, I know why they did it, and I'm not going to dive into it. I know why they did, but you're watching an episode about the 8th Air Force, you know, long-range daylight bombing group. You're like, okay. And then like, oh, and then the Red Tails, you know, the Tuskegee Airmen come and save us. And I was like, wait, what? Like, what fucking year is this? Like, yeah. And they're like talking to each other. I was like, these guys never fucking met. What? I was like, the Tuskegee Airmen did not operate in the same airspace as the 8th Air Force. I understand wanting to tell a story about the 8th Air Force. I understand wanting to tell a story about the Tuskegee Airmen. They're both great organizations. They're really cool stuff, but they never met. Like they didn't operate at the same time. That's really, really weird. You know what I mean? I'm like, what the hell's going on? That's like having the Aztec Eagle air squadron that operated in the Pacific Theater, right? The Mexico stood up a whole Air Force squadron with P-47 Thunderbolts and sent it to assist the Marines and the Army in the Pacific. It's like having those guys show up to help the Special Boat Service and Operation Postmaster. And you're like, oh my god, what the fuck's going on with this? You're like, wait, what? Like, first off, that wasn't SBS, that was SOE. Secondly, the German or the Mexican Air Force wasn't even operating back then. Like, what the fuck's going on? But you know why they do it. Like, it's cool to see these units, but they didn't operate together, and that's fine if you want to say that they did and do like an alternate history thing. But say you're doing alternate history. I'll give you a good example. One of my favorite Konflikt 47 movies, a guilty pleasure, is Overlord. I remember seeing the trailer for Overlord, like, what's this? And I saw I'm just gonna be honest. I saw a person who identifies African American as a paratrooper. I'm like, that might have happened, but it's a Normandy invasion. I was like, and he's with teammates of different ethnicities. Like, okay, I get why that's in the movie, but that definitely didn't happen historically. But then I find out they're like, hey, this is not a historical movie. We're fighting zombies and shit. I was like, okay, cool, fuck it, yeah, do whatever. That's awesome. And it didn't bother me whatsoever. I was like, once you drop the veil of historical accuracy, you can do whatever the hell you want. Tailspin is a classic. If you like Tailspin, you'll love Tales of the Golden Monkey. That's what it's based off of. You can find that on YouTube for free. It's great. Like, again, I have no problem with alternate history, but you just have to say that you're doing alternate history and just drop this. Just drop the historical pretext. What I hate is shows like, hey, we tried to make this as historically accurate as possible, and then just did whatever the fuck we wanted anyways. I'm like, why insult people? It's rude and lazy and insulting. Like, look at Fury. Fury is an entertaining movie. Is it historically accurate? Fuck no. Do people care? Not really. It's got an operational tiger in it. Were the tank battles realistic? No. Were the tanks versus the AT gun emplacements realistic? No. Did it look cool? Yes. That's all that matters. Nah, Fury's like, this is a realistic portrayal of tank stuff. You're like, no, you're full of shit. Get out of here. It's subordinate and churlish. Hey, Aaron. I appreciate the compliment, Commander. I don't know about that, man. Hopefully I'm here to, hopefully I entertain you enough. Like I said, just look at it like a discount Adult Swim. You know, that's the whole point. Yeah, Fury has a lot of really cool, really cool moments in it. Like, some details. Like, one of the details is like, you know, they made these guys kind of live together in that tank, so they got real used to it. That was kind of cool. One of my favorite things was when they, if you guys are familiar with it, when they shoot that German, you know, and he makes Norman like hold the, I think it's like a victory revolver with sweetheart grips, and he makes him he puts that 45 ACP round right into that guy. A lot of people like scream like, oh, war crime. Technically, legally, no. The German they captured was wearing an American coat. Granted, it's wintertime and it's cold, fine, but he was wearing an American coat while engaging American forces, so technically you're authorized to execute him as a spy. Now, that being said, given the Gestapo guy a 45 ACP submachine gun sandwich, was that legal? Probably not. Was it entertaining to watch? Of course it was. Yeah, so he's showing the effect of phasing through the wall. It's just a special model that came with one of the books. glad we were able to keep you amused on your family barbecue, man. Truly. Collateral Damage? No, I think I've seen Collateral. The one with Tom Cruise as a hitman. That has... So everyone like freaks out about John Wick, and don't get me wrong, I mean, Keanu Reeves did a good job practicing, and he makes that show really good. Makes the movies really good, but yeah. Yeah, CB Cooper, yeah. Tom Cruise in Collateral, when he does that draw and those two Mozambique drills, oh my god, that is... Go back and watch that just on YouTube. Look up Collateral, Tom Cruise, you know, gunfight. It is good. You can tell he practiced that. That is a clean draw. Highly impressed. Das Boot is good. It's not historically accurate. In fact, there's a lot of inaccuracies in it, but I love Kelly's Heroes. As you can probably tell with my humor style. Kelly's Heroes is a great World War II flick. And going back to Nathan, you know, I know he plays a lot of video games. You know what game series needs a comeback? Speaking of Kelly's Heroes, Kelly Heroes leads me to Three Kings. Three Kings leads me to Bad Company. Battlefield Bad Company. That's what needs to make a comeback. That's what we need. We need some Bad Company. I say that, but I don't trust the Tumblr arenas and former Tumblr writers fanfic to write a good Battlefield Bad Company. I think if they try and write it, it would just come off like a shittier version of Borderlands. I went on a sub, Matthew. It's not bad. I went on the biggest civilian submarine. It was actually awesome. And I lived. It was right after the Ocean Gate thing went down. Oh, okay. You're thinking of a different movie. I got you. Ooh, that's another game for you, Nathan. Did you ever play Spec Ops: The Line? Sorry, when you said Vietnam, it made me think of, you know, Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, which leads to Apocalypse Now, which leads to Spec Ops: The Line. I think it was someone in this chat who told me that game's no longer available only because of the music rights. And it plays a Jimi Hendrix song in the title. Yes, Nathan, I do. Not dementia, but yeah, no, I do have a bad memory. That was me, I told you that. But see, hey, at least that stuck. Nathan, at least what you told me stuck. I just didn't know it was you. Look, man, I took a lot of knocks to the head, alright? Damn. See, that's what I feel. I feel like I tell the same story over and over. I feel like I repeat myself. I just don't have that good of a memory. I'm trying, team. I'm trying. Hey, Nathan, have you ever played a game called Spec Ops 9? Oh, God. Oh, it's fine. It's like, joke's on you, my memory is shit. Oh, that made my night, Nathan. I appreciate it. I can just see the meme now. Nathan's like, how many times do I have to tell you this, old man? Oh, that's good. I'm gonna make that meme now, Nathan. At least we got our paint scheme down for these guys. I'm pretty happy about that. Damn, dude, I'm gonna be laughing about that for a while. I'm like, yeah, I feel like someone told me this. You're like, motherfucker, that was me, you old ass bastard. Oh, God. That is great. I wish I did that on purpose. It would have been a hell of a lot funnier. Also, you gotta love, Nate, that everybody else already had your back. Like, no, idiot, that was him. He told you. Yeah, but to be fair, he has like hundreds of people watching, you know, and I should have a better memory, you know? You should not have given me that ammunition, Nathan. Now I'm gonna be in your streams asking you about it. You, sir, have just created an amazing joke. So I missed it myself, so at the risk of asking you a question which I may get a volatile answer, so bear with me here. When they did that big Warhammer 40k, I think it was called like Skulls, and they did that big release, did you stream that? Like, did you do a reaction to all the stuff coming out? I've been away from YouTube for a little while, so if you did, I feel bad if I missed it. I feel like he's gonna come back and try and gaslight me and be like, "You were in my stream, what are you talking about?" I'm like, "Oh my god, what's real?" No, I feel like since Morning came back from his holiday, I feel like he's doing things a lot better. I feel like he has more like mental RAM now. He desperately needed that holiday. It seemed like he was a bit stressed. Oh. Wait, hold on. I'll let the reaction content thing go, but what do you mean the orcs got changed back to black armor? Well, I can't even think what clan were they originally? Were they Goths? I thought they were Goths the whole time. No, not Valrax. I watched I don't know her name. I think she does porn. She does like porn and Warhammer 40k. I watched her stream for a little bit and got annoyed and just went back to work. So by the time I remembered it was still going on to like see if anyone else was streaming, I had already missed it. Can't think of her name. Wasn't annoyed at her or her guest or anything. It was just the people in the chat. It was just fucking weird. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what it is. Hobby After Dark. Yeah. No, she was perfectly fine. Her guest was fine. They seemed perfectly normal and knowledgeable, you know. I got nothing against people doing on their own time as long as they pay taxes. I don't give a shit. But the chat was fucking weird. I was just like weirded out. I'm like, I'm gonna get out of here. Oh. Well, see, that's my memory, Squeak Under Shine. I thought maybe I did tell you I was watching Valrek. I don't fucking know, man. I'm all over the place. I don't think I mean, I think I've seen Valrek do some bolt action stuff, but I don't really watch him for 40k. Nothing against the guy, he just seems like a big 40k guy, and I'm good. Anyways, I was sad that I missed all the RBD stuff. I like that they're bringing it into both Rogue Trader and Dark Tide. That's awesome. Yeah, probably. Or, so the joke's not mine. I got it from someone in the MG community. Somebody asked me because some guy in Florida went off to go fishing and he found up a whole bunch of, like, fucking bricks of cocaine. So now the joke that bricks of cocaine are called square grouper. I fucking love that. I think it's the greatest thing ever. So I'm going to start calling cocaine square grouper. Again, unhinged. To be fair, I know it sounds weird. You know, I'm not. There's nothing wrong with the lady or a guest or any of their team. They seem just like knowledgeable 40k people. Other than obviously the costumes, I guess. But the chat was just, I don't know. I felt weird. But they were alright. I mean, I don't think they did anything wrong. I was just like, it's not really my kind of scene, not my kind of chat. So let me hop out of here. No, it's cool. I asked one question about I asked a question about something, and they actually answered. It was nice. But yeah, that's why Morty was on vacation, so I had no other stream to watch. I was like, oh no, where do I go watch it at? Oh yeah, I asked about speaking of what you're talking about, Nathan. Speaking of Evil Suns, so for Evil Suns, like red trucks, what's a good shade to put on a red truck? You know, especially if I'm like representing a desert planet. Like, do I go with Akrak's Earth Shade, or do I go with like one of the red shades they have out there? You know. Commander, I've heard that slang, but as a Long Island whitefish, you know. So I think a lot of places have that joke, and they just kind of replace it with like local areas. That is pretty funny. Nah, man, yeah, check out live streams. I'm always kind of floating around in and out of people's live streams. You may see me in there. Yeah, that's why I ended up going to you instead, Quick Under Sean, because I felt like I'm going to get the advice from you. That I do remember asking you. See, Nathan, I can remember things. That was so perfect. I'm like, somebody told me, you know, you can't play it because of the song. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I not answer that question? My apologies, man. I apologize. I am most excited about It's kind of a cheating answer because they talked about it a little bit, but I don't think they made it too public. That they're redoing a shit ton of the lore, and I think that's what I'm most excited about, because the models, they can be cool, but I can also just buy and kit bash my own. I'm not like attached to the models. But the lore is the lore, right? So I'm excited about more lore. It may sound like kind of like a boring answer, but that's what it is in all honesty. Like, model-wise, I think I'm excited. If you want to know model-wise, there wasn't any Imperial Japanese on the table, so, you know, I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool through proxy, but, I think probably the new Spider Walker for the Germans look pretty cool, or, putting the Tesla Thompson, until we find out what they are, I'm gonna keep calling them Tesla Thompsons. Putting the Tesla Thompsons on the Firefly infantry is pretty cool. They're not, from what I understand, they're not redoing the lore. They're just going in and, like, cleaning it up a little bit. Now that they own it, they can kind of go in and clean up some contradictions and stuff like that. Because I can tell you from experience that the problem with alternate history, especially with World War II, is, what's funny is, you know, I just read the lore out of the books, you know, and I'm not saying this is what would have happened. I'm saying this is what Konflikt 47 said happened. But I get people who, like, argue with me all the time about the lore. Sometimes in a nice way, sometimes in a not. They're like, oh, that would never happen. I was like, you're right. Zombies and werewolves probably would never fucking happen. Like, what do you want? Like, no. The Soviet Union wouldn't have given up that city, or they would not have invaded Finland. I'm like, buddy, it's alternate history. I was like, there's also not flying saucers. Well, what can you do? Some of the good news I heard that got me excited was that no Konflikt 47 model is going to be grandfathered, for lack of a better term, or legends, I guess. They're all still operational in the expansion, or the second edition, which would be nice. And I think everybody's going to get rules for like the core book release in September, which is awesome, which means Imperial Japanese in Konflikt 47 are going to get new rules before Imperial Japanese and Bolt Action 3rd edition. So that's cool. It makes me happy because I get new Imperial Japanese rules. I don't have to wait until quarter 1 for Bolt Action. I get new. So you know what? I think that's a better answer for you. Lord seems kind of like a boring answer. I'm really excited that I'm going to get new Imperial Japanese rules for Konflikt 47 very quickly. Alright, here we go. Enough time to finish up this bad boy. Some black on his gun, a little bit of wood for his stock. Ooh. Oh, please don't tease me unless you know something I don't know about. I don't know if there's new IJN spruces. There should be. They said they're going to come out with new IJA infantry. That was told to me. There's going to be new Imperial Japanese infantry for Conflict 47. I think it's because they're gonna, I think it's because in Conflict 47 they're trying to lean more into the sci-fi side, like ray gun and think more like Sky Captain or World of Tomorrow style sci-fi, you know, like diesel punk sci-fi. So I think they're gonna put a lot. They're gonna put out an infantry sprue that has a lot more compression rifles, like these things. I think they're gonna put out a sprue that has a lot more of these, you know, and SMGs and stuff like that. So that'll be kind of cool. Because you got to think about it, the regular infantry sprue, it's good, but it also comes with a pole that you can either make a flag or a lunge mine with. And there are no suicide anti-tank or lunge mines in Conflict 47. So the regular infantry sprue is fine, but it's not the most optimal for Conflict 47. So I think they're going to redo it and put, like, hopefully some compression rifles and stuff like that. No, so I use the term IJA and IJN, or instead of writing like Japanese or shortening that in case that causes a whole uproar for people, I just say IJA and IJN for short. So IJA is the Imperial Japanese Army, and IJN is the Imperial Japanese Navy. So they absolutely hated each other, and they fought actual like straight up gunfights all the time. It's a funny joke, like what's the mortal enemy of the Imperial Japanese Army? And it's the Imperial Japanese Navy. Like the IJA like disliked every other country, but it absolutely hated the IJN. Oh no! Oh no! Is my stream crapping out on you? You have to refresh? Oh no! I'm sorry. Yeah, they were, because they had to squabble over limited resources, so they were at each other's throats all the time. All right, man, we are definitely coming up on the end of the stream. Let me go ahead and close that poll and see what we got here. Let's see what we got here at the end. 21 people watching. Wow, that's awesome. Feel free to, like I said, if you guys want to hop in the chat too and say howdy, by all means. It's a super friendly place. All right, ending the poll. Oh, and it's ending on a tie. All right, I will give it another minute before I end it in case anyone wants to hop in the poll and break the tie. Right now, we do have a tie in the poll on what faction are you most excited for Conflict 47 coming out in September. Second edition. That's a time player. I was torn. That is correct. Yes. Yeah. So Allied is Commonwealth and American, and technically South Italy or Kingdom of Italy. Where Axis is Germany, Finland, North Italy, technically Turkey, and I think a few others. Nice. I actually really like how this guy came out. It's pretty cool. I'm going to Agrax or shade those walls, and I'm going to do my favorite idea. I like taking a number 2 pencil and kind of rubbing it in the actual bullet holes and getting that graphite in there. It kind of really makes it look like like an actual round one in there. It's pretty neat. It's a pretty cool little effect. But I like these nautical style guys. I think they're pretty neat. So it'll go much faster tomorrow, you know, now that I have my actual paint scheme set up. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do for those guys. I know I wanted to make them mostly blue. But we also knocked out a Coyote Lightwalker. So that's pretty cool. So we knocked out a Lightwalker and 2 troops, but we finalized our paint scheme, so. May not seem like a lot in, what was that, 5 hours, but we also had an education break on the Type 94 Tankette. Ooh, alright, ending the poll, it ends on a tie. So this guy I got from, I want to say, let me look that up. I want to say, I think it was from Anvil Miniatures, or it might have been Anvil, Victoria, or Mad Robot. I'll take a look and I'll let you know. I'm pretty sure this came from Anvil. Yes, it came from Anvil because I ordered a bunch of other stuff for my cultist. So he's available on Anvil. He is a Reaper miniature. Just go to Amazon and type in Reaper miniature and look up, like, I guess, like Pulp or Chronoscope, and it should find this guy. Should say like Noir Detective or something. Alright, hey, that was a great stream. Hopefully you guys, let me know if you liked the new hours. I appreciate you guys who stayed like the whole time. It's absolutely awesome. Letting you guys kind of come in and out. Apparently I forget shit all the time. Nathan, I do apologize. I'm sorry, buddy. I really am. I did forget. I remembered that you told me. I just didn't know it was you that you told me. But at least I remembered something, right? But I appreciate being a good sport about it, brother, truly. And I appreciate all the compliments. Yeah, CB Cooper, I repurposed a lot of my old D&D models. When you see my my Fortune Finder army, it's kind of like an Indiana Jones style army. It's got a lot of Reaper miniatures in it. Nice, CB Cooper, we'll be playing together. Nathan, you're still my buddy, man. I appreciate everything, brother, truly. I really do. Thanks for putting up with my terrible memory. It's weird, I can remember all sorts of shit about, like, minuscule military stuff, but, like, a conversation we've had, like, 50 times, I always forget. I promise it matters to me. But yeah, if you guys like the new hours, I'm going to try and do this. So I'll make sure I'm armed with coffee and stuff like that, but, man, I'm totally down. For those of you guys who are headed to sleep, I hope you get the true sleep that you deserve. I hope you sleep well. I hope you get that deep REM sleep where you can actually remember short-term information you got, kind of like Nathan telling me that we've talked about Spec Ops: The Line multiple times. Maybe if I get enough sleep, I'll remember it. For these guys headed to work, I hope it's actually a chill day at work. I hope you actually have a great day. I hope you get the best parking spot right underneath that shade tree, but still also close up to the door in case it rains. And as always, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, don't forget to relax today. You're on Tiki time.
just beach for miles. Ghost Park by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights, sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap, imperial dreams, fade and sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days, sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard